Lord of Mysteries, Survival from the Secret Doll by author Atmorn. Chapter 343-360. The buildings at Miskatonic University leaned more towards a European style. To be precise, the architectural style of the entire Tingen city was more European. This had similarities to the overall architectural style of Ruin. Perhaps the senior transmigrator only made some modifications based on the Ruin style, laying the foundation for the current Tingen city and Miskatonic University. Of course, Miskatonic is, after all, a Western concept, so a European style was to be expected. However, looking at the current situation, both Rosal the Great and the roughly confirmed error, Mr. Nicholas Flamel, who might be a transmigrator, should both be from his great food-loving empire. So, in such a European-leaning place, suddenly encountering a building with a strong Chinese style. After imagining that scene for a moment, Klein decided against it. He always felt it wouldn't be a good thing. After all, encountering drum towers or courtyards, combined with the crazy underlying colors of this world, and then adding in parasites or ghost mages, just by their names, the two sequences Miskatonic University mastered, especially at high sequence, gave off a strong sense of a ghost story. It definitely wouldn't be a good thing. Nobody wants to wake up to a pair of embroidered shoes at their door, hear the sound of a head banging against the wall next door, find a white ribbon at home, or look in the mirror and realize their reflection isn't looking down when they are. Amidst his swirling thoughts, Klein had already followed Tang, and the two walked towards the library. There were quite a few people here, not much different from Klein's impression of when his original body was still studying at Tingen University. People came and went, but their daily topics of discussion were more inclined towards mysticism, not science. Miskatonic University, the happy home of investigators. This place not only produced legendary investigators but also lunatics. Klein didn't know much about Cthulhu myths. Before transmigrating, as an online expert, he knew a little about everything, but only a little. Although from the current situation, Miskatonic University should not be a bad place for him. But there was a problem. Rosal the Great had close ties with Miskatonic University in his early years. But in his later years, Rosal the Great died in White Maple Palace. Although historical records state that this matter had nothing to do with the Ruined Kingdom, many historians believe that Rosal the Great's opposition to the Eternal Blazing Sun Church and the God of Craftsmen Church stemmed primarily from his early academic experiences, but none of this has been confirmed. Klein had no way of knowing if Rosal the Great's death involved other factors. As a transmigrator who had transmigrated to another world and needed to be extra cautious, after having Rosal the Great's diary as a reference and personally seeing that Mr. Error, his thoughts had indeed wavered. But this period of history was unclear and vague, and Klein felt that being cautious was by no means a bad thing. No one paid attention to Tang and Klein. The two walked to a 4-story building with a large footprint. Looking at this building, which was also filled with the European style from before Klein's transmigration, Klein surveyed his surroundings. He didn't find any Miskatonic University dogs that could bite a second-generation god to death, but he did see a small, somewhat decayed wooden sign hanging outside this library. It was out of place in this area, making it easy to spot. Tang looked over. Oh, that seems to be something Mr. Error left behind. Because it's related to him, even if it rots, it's still kept there. It's said to be some riddles. But no one understands them, and we don't know what they mean. Riddles. After advancing to Clown, Klein's vision was also enhanced by the potion. He could naturally see the familiar characters, which were still clear despite the decay. Klein numbly read what was written on the wooden sign and almost couldn't hold back. Ha ha, ha ha. Dead memories suddenly began to attack him at this moment. Why are mermaids played by dark-skinned people? Because in the 16th century, the bottom of the sea was full of. Why is Japan a big producer of anime? Because in 1945, they had a second, original. Why are there no women among the 4 master and disciples in Journey to the West? Because where they went, were there Bengal monitor lizards? What kind of hellish jokes are these? Klein barely managed to keep his expression straight. Tang, beside him, turned sideways, his eyes subtly moving, and said with a smile. You don't understand, do you? I heard that Rosal the Great back then could understand these characters. The things Mr. Error wrote seem to have some connection with the strange characters Rosal the Great used. Because they both used Chinese. Miskatonic obviously had a deeper connection with Rosal the Great. Among the items lost in the Tingen University restricted section before, there was Rosal the Great's diary. It was clearly reasonable for Miskatonic to have more of Rosal the Great's diaries. If Mr. Error was the one who wrote these signs, then without a doubt, he must have a close connection with the transmigrator. Although he couldn't be 100% sure the other party was a transmigrator. Klein told himself to calm down. He used his clown ability to quickly compose himself and adjust his facial expression. He met Tang's smile. Although the smile was exactly the same as before, Klein detected a hint of strangeness. That strangeness was like a flash of inspiration. Klein couldn't grasp the source of that strangeness, but he did become nervous. He couldn't expose himself, or rather, at least not now. Who was good and who was bad was not yet certain. No one knew whether Miskatonic and Rosal the Great were good or bad. Everything was just Klein's own speculation. Before reaching a certain level, many things are not fully seen, and exposing oneself is the stupidest thing to do. As a higher sequence of the seer pathway, Klein was unsure if his expression, adjusted through clown, had fooled the other party. Moreover, this was a friend who knew his original body quite well. A slight cold sweat seeped from his back. He had been careless, not expecting to encounter such a thing here. But Klein still managed to calm himself down, drawing on his experience of role-playing. Fool. Is that so? A test? Or something else? Klein couldn't see through this point. He followed Tang's footsteps into the library. The two didn't continue the conversation on that topic. Miskatonic's library had a similar layout to Tingen University's library. Tang picked up a small booklet from beside the entrance and handed it to Klein. I have some other matters to attend to. The rules for Miskatonic's library are here. Except for the 4th floor, which is strictly forbidden and is the restricted book area, you can look around anywhere else. The collection here is quite extensive, involving many ritual spells, charms, and mysticism potion-related items. If you're lucky, you might even find a potion formula or something. There are even potion formulas here. Klein maintained his expression, not revealing the unease in his heart. Some seniors copied them down. Perhaps there are some, but I don't know which book they might be tucked into. If you're lucky, you might find one. Tang's tone hadn't changed from before, seemingly having truly not noticed Klein's earlier abnormality. Seeing Klein accept the library rules, he nodded, then paused just as he was about to leave, turning his head. Oh, by the way, Klein, if you want to ask any questions, there's a magic mirror on the 2nd floor that can answer questions. You should be able to see it when you go up. They say it's very effective, but using it, it's hard to describe. Magic mirror. Klein watched Tang's retreating figure, pondering for a moment, and decided to go to the 2nd floor first. He needed to look for information on Amon and also learn some practical ritual magic and mysticism knowledge to expand his knowledge base. The former was a side task, the latter two were the main focus. After all, the parasite named Amon, attached to Leonard Mitchell had told him many strange things. Klein felt that among these words, there might be something he needed. Klein lowered his head. After flipping through the library rules in his hand, he went up to the 2nd floor of the library. However, to his surprise, in a corner of the 2nd floor where books weren't piled up, there were quite a few people gathered. Occasionally, he would see Miskatonic University students with messy, lightning-struck, new style, hair rushing downstairs. Strange hairstyles. Klein walked towards that direction. People, after all, are naturally gossipy creatures. Silence was forbidden in the library. Those people gathered together made no sound. Klein felt curious. As he got closer, he heard the loud laughter of those who hadn't dispersed yet. Fool, asking for an answer and still not understanding, How can you directly ask for the answers to the exam questions? If it doesn't strike you, who will it strike? One of the most boisterous laughers shouted towards a certain direction, his arrogant voice coming from the center of the circle. If you ask me, I'll do it, esteemed Arodes. My question is, in this exam's multiple choice questions, which option appears the most? If you can't get the answer, can't you just guess? Crack. A bolt of lightning flashed through the air, and the head of the most arrogant student instantly became identical to those students who had rushed downstairs earlier. The other students burst into laughter. Looks like you're no good either. Every year, there are people who overestimate themselves, wanting to get answers from here. How could the magic mirror, which could answer all questions, be placed so openly here and allow them to exploit such loopholes? Before the student, who was spitting out black smoke, could speak, the surface of the ancient magic mirror instantly showed a word flowing like blood. According to the principle of equivalence, it's my turn to ask a question. No, wait, no one else got one. The magic mirror Arodes completely ignored the students shouting. Word after word appeared consecutively. When you were 14, did you still wet your pants? That student. He let out a wail. Before he could answer, another bolt of lightning struck down from midair. The student ran off. Klein's gaze pierced through the crowd, and only then did he see that the source of the lightning was indeed, as Tang had said, an ancient-looking magic mirror, clearly very old, placed squarely on a table. Seeing that there were too many people there, Klein could only give up on using this magic mirror. He returned to the first floor, planning to use the catalog to look for historical information involving Aemon. Just as Klein was carefully searching the catalog, words suddenly appeared one after another on the glass window beside him, which offered a view of the outside. Klein's spiritual intuition stirred. He looked at the prominent words beside him. Esteemed, great master, your humble, lowly servant Arodes has finally found you. A string of words left Klein somewhat bewildered. He subconsciously scanned his surroundings, wondering if he had been possessed by something unclean. No, don't look at others like that, master. You will be discovered by the dogs here. The blood-red words quickly vanished. Before Klein could react, new words appeared again. Error, left Tingen City, and you just happened to enter here, so your humble, pitiful, lowly servant dared to contact you. Magic Mirror Arodes. Klein remembered the students earlier calling it that. Yes, great master. I am honored that you remember my name. Klein. How to put it, he kind of wanted to call the police. He felt like he really had, indeed, encountered something unclean. Why did this thing suddenly cling to him like some divine artifact recognizing its master in a cheesy, third-rate novel? No, wait. Klein froze, realizing something. This thing, it noticed something unusual about me. Klein asked himself what he had shown. Besides enhanced spirituality and divination, nothing else stood out. And besides these things, there was only the mysterious space above the gray mist, and his identity as a transmigrator. It was obvious that as a transmigrator, he shouldn't be able to make this magic mirror, which had existed for who knows how long, use such almost fawning language. Then there was only one possibility left. Klein's gaze deepened slightly. He didn't know if this was the second test, nor did he know if he had already been exposed. No, after the main body of error left Tingen City, you are still safe, my great master. The crimson words, as if dripping blood, wrote this. The magic mirror Arodes seemed to read Klein's inner thoughts. The floating words were wiped away once more, and a new line of words appeared again. You must be careful. Error, and open black lens bracket Z's asterisk at, and close black lens bracket. As if subjected to some powerful interference, the string of words following, error, suddenly turned blank. Klein. The words on the glass kept flickering in Klein's eyes. After a long while, the constantly floating and reorganizing words finally returned to their original state. Klein held a thick book, his eyes slightly dimming. It looks like it's being interfered with. This phenomenon was not uncommon for Klein, a diviner. In divination, once a high-level existence was divined, their divination effects would be greatly reduced, or even fail, or even backfire. Seeing what shouldn't be seen, hearing what shouldn't be heard, and divining what shouldn't be divined could truly lead to death. Similar to this kind of interference with prophecy, there were several other types in mysticism. One of them was that the name itself possessed a certain mystical significance, and even without divination, just uttering the name would cause an effect. Therefore, the Mirror of Orodes was interfered with when it uttered this name. On par with Mr. Error, but without a name mentioned. The sequence of the Mirror of Orodes itself had some issues. Klein remained silent, merely pretending that he had seen nothing and heard nothing. Regardless of whether this was another test from Miskatonic University or just a simple coincidence, Klein didn't feel that his overthinking had any meaning. Whether this thing coming to him was good or bad, Klein could only grit his teeth and continue forward. He would take it one step at a time. He took a deep breath, multitasking. While pretending, he used his peripheral vision to continue looking at the blood-red words constantly appearing and reorganizing on the glass beside him. I am very sorry, my supreme, great master, Orodes cannot directly reveal that being's true name. This will incur terrible, truly terrible punishment. The words appearing on the glass were subtly trembling, clearly indicating that its original intention was to let Klein know the existence of this name, but limited by its own abilities, it could not fully present the name, only give hints. Klein understood the hint, and from these words, he also felt the fear of the Mirror of Orodes. Mr. Error, Nicholas Flamel, was an angel in Tingen City, a powerful existence capable of negotiating with the church and controlling a city. Such an existence did not make this mirror fearful, instead, it was the name that followed that made Orodes struggle to even mention it. Does it involve a higher-level being? Or something else? For example, a high-level being of the diviner sequence. Mr. Error controlled the thief sequence, and the Abraham family controlled the student sequence. These were two of the three mutually interchangeable sequences Klein had previously mastered. So, who controlled the last sequence, the diviner sequence, which Klein belonged to? Other diviners at Miskatonic University. Diviners comparable to Mr. Error, no, even more powerful than Mr. Error. If there truly was such a diviner, then why had it never appeared before the public? Was it special and hidden away, or was it like a marionettist, its eyes already spread throughout Tingen City, with many people active in Tingen City who were themselves marionettes walking on its behalf? Because it was special, there was no need to appear. Klein's mind was very active. He analyzed these things in his mind, then suppressed them deep in his heart, trying not to show any abnormalities. These were not matters he needed to consider at his age. Having suffered a loss once was enough, there was no need to suffer a second time in a short period to learn a lesson. Soon, the blood-red pigment once again formed new words. Orodes sincerely hopes that you, Master, can be safe and sound. The humble, the lowly servant Orodes has waited for 1,000 years and finally found this opportunity. Master, next, please be careful. Beware of the sun. The blood-red words made one's heart pound. This line of blood-colored words quickly disappeared, as if bound again to the second floor by some even more powerful force. Klein flipped through the book, making no sound. Waited for 1,000 years, and finally waited for this opportunity. Waited for 1,000 years, and waited for him. Klein withdrew his gaze, but his heart was already in turmoil. If Orodes had initially sought him out perhaps because of the mysterious space above the gray mist, then these current statements subtly revealed other issues. Did Orodes know of the existence of someone like him 1,000 years ago? What did it know? What did it understand? And the last sentence, beware of the sun. The sun here obviously did not refer to Mr. Sun, who had just joined the Tarot Club. Then what did this sun refer to? The sun. Well, Klein's heart tightened. He casually scanned his surroundings. The spot Klein had chosen was originally quiet, with no one else around. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, he retracted his gaze and once again focused on the catalog in his hand, pretending that nothing had happened. While maintaining vigilance and a wary heart towards the unknown surveillance that might or might not exist, Klein had already found what he wanted. He truly looked like an ordinary Beander who had simply come to the Miskatonic University library to borrow books, neither Mr. Fool from above the grey mist nor a great master who had just been propositioned by a mirror. The Unknown Secrets of the Third Epoch, a simple history of the Dark Ages, multi-layered theoretical analysis of the Tudor Kingdom, a brief history of the Tudor Empire nobility. After jotting down these book titles, Klein first asked the librarian if these books were available for loan. After confirming that several of them were still in the library, he politely thanked them and walked alone through the surprisingly large library, searching for the books he needed. During this time, nothing happened. Perhaps Miskatonic University truly didn't know about this matter, and Klein was simply overthinking it. Klein thought, comforting himself. After walking for a while in the vast library, and using a ladder, with his clown characteristics, Klein quickly obtained the first book he needed. A Brief History of the Tudor Empire Nobility. Aemon was a prominent surname during the Fourth Epoch Tudor Empire, and one of the 5 great noble families of that time. Other noble families of equal standing during the Fourth Epoch Tudor Empire included Abraham, Jacob, Tamara, and Antigonus. Antigonus. Notes written by a descendant of the Antigonus family appeared in Tingen City, leading to the deaths of Welch and Naya. At that time, Abraham controlled student, Aemon controlled thief, and Antigonus controlled diviner. They were also in the same kingdom, serving the same monarch. Beander characteristic aggregation. This made Klein inexplicably think of such an important concept in mysticism. Thief, student, and diviner are interchangeable adjacent sequences. Does that also mean that the law of Beander characteristic aggregation can also occur among adjacent sequences? Could a high-level being of the thief sequence also attract high-level beings of the diviner sequence and student sequence, just that the attractive force isn't as strong as within the same sequence? Therefore, the high density of diviners and thieves in Tingen City, and the good explanation for why students rarely appeared in Tingen City due to their high mobility, made perfect sense. After Klein reined in his wandering thoughts, he began to carefully examine the history book in his hand, which involved many secret matters. This book was not thick, and it seemed the Miskatonic University library did not contain many hidden histories related to the Fourth Epoch Tudor Empire. Or rather, these hidden histories were not unrecorded, but simply not kept on the first floor. Tang had said that the fourth floor was a restricted area, and it must contain some things related to the secrets of ancient times. Those things were difficult to make public, not even accessible to Miskatonic University students, which was sufficient proof of the importance of those secrets. However, Klein only thought about it and had no intention of venturing into the fourth floor's restricted area. The Antigonus family's notes had previously led to the death of his original body's friend. The law-abiding Klein had no intention of challenging taboos in such matters. Finding another quiet spot, Klein put down the book and sat down, beginning to read its contents carefully, as if he truly were just an ordinary Beander, nothing more. Of course, I'm just an ordinary Beander. That mirror was purely trying to extort me. After muttering a few words to himself, Klein carefully flipped through the book in his hand that described the Fourth Epoch Tudor Empire. He first saw some general descriptions of the Fourth Epoch Tudor Empire. Because it was a record of the nobles in the empire at that time, there were not many general descriptions related to ordinary history. Among these, not too many superfluous descriptions, compared to normal Fourth Epoch history. What Klein first focused on was the ruler of the Tudor Empire period. The Blood Emperor, Alistair Tudor. The Blood Emperor made a deal with an evil god, and this deal caused a chaotic war among the nations of the North Continent. Ultimately, the Blood Emperor fell, and the then capital of the Tudor Empire, Trier, sank into the ground and disappeared. The Blood Emperor, who made a deal with an evil god, ultimately died tragically. The Tudor Empire was destroyed, and the 5 great noble families vanished, rarely appearing in non-mystical historical accounts. A Blood Emperor who, because of a deal with an evil god, caused the nations of the North Continent to rise up and attack him. In an era where gods walked the earth, this history book, which involved the secrets of ancient times, briefly described the horror of the chaotic war at that time. And, the gods themselves intervened, confronting the evil god. The Orthodox churches overthrew the entire Tudor Empire, once again maintaining peace on the North Continent and eradicating the evil god's minions. Klein paused here. He turned to the first page of the book and looked at the author's name. Good, he didn't recognize it. Perhaps it was a member of some church. Klein could only return to the page he had just been reading, then turned another page. The Tudor Empire continued the noble system of the Solomon Empire era. The five great noble families at the beginning of its founding, Ammon, Tamara, Abraham, Jacob, and Antigonus, were all prominent figures during the Tudor Empire period. And these prominent figures were not only important in terms of status but also in mysticism. Especially the ancestor of the Abraham family, an ancient and hidden existence known as Mr. Door. Mr. Door. Klein subconsciously pinched the pages in his hand. He had once seen this name in Rosal the Great's diary. At that time, Rosal the Great described Mr. Door as such. A poor wretch lost in madness, trapped in darkness and storm. The great figure who was once respectfully called Mr. Door was referred to as such by Rosal the Great in his era. Klein did not find any respect from Rosal the Great for this, Mr. Door, in that diary, but this also indicated one thing. Mr. Door might still be alive. An ancient existence that had lived from the Fourth Epoch until now. Could Mr. Door be the highest-ranking member of the Abraham family who is cooperating with Miskatonic University? Such a thought suddenly arose in Klein's mind. Within the mysterious space above the gray mist, Tang hung a newly completed painting in the space above the bronze long table, looking up to admire the paintings, occasionally nodding and commenting. Mr. Error sat at the head of the bronze long table, leaning back in the high-backed chair, still with a smiling, condescending demeanor. He noticed the painting Tang had just hung, his hands clasped in front of his abdomen. It seems the preparations are complete. More or less. Tang put away his brush and paints. I've greeted the goddess. When the time comes, she will open a gap in the seal to let us in. Mr. Door was sealed by the Black Night Goddess and the Lord of Storms. To prevent the fallen Mother Goddess from using Mr. Door to enter this planet before the barrier broke, the corrupted Mr. Door had been thrown into a place of storm and darkness where there was nothing, for 1,000 years. Although it was fine to cross this seal using Euclidean space itself had been breached by Mr. Door before. Although these were things from 1,000 years ago, Tang still cautiously chose a more secure approach. Mr. Error lowered his eyes. When do you plan to act? When the next blood moon arrives. Tang said. Using the connection, we will enter that area and capture Bertrand. Your true body is not here, Mr. Error said. I must remind you that even if the historical void image reaches the rank of an angel king, facing the fallen Mother Goddess, who can exert influence remotely, this plan still carries risks. The Abraham family was the head of the five great noble families of the Tudor Empire at that time. Whether it was Ammon, Tamara, Jacob, or Antigonus, their status within the Tudor Empire, in the territory ruled by Blood Emperor Alistair Tudor, was slightly inferior to that of the Abraham family. At that time, the Abraham family was prosperous, possessing great power and many terrifying and bizarre sealed artifacts. They were truly prominent and influential figures. It wasn't like now, where the existence of the Abraham family is quite mysterious even in Tingen City. In the 2 months Klein spent in Tingen City, besides Olsen Abraham, the Abraham family's demigod stationed at the Sunwell mining area, Klein had never encountered any other members of the Abraham family. The mysticism knowledge Klein had access to also told him that Abraham had long since declined. The glory of the Fourth Epoch was long gone. In the current Fifth Epoch, they might still be active in hidden places, but they were no longer famous in the mysticism world. These great noble families, known as angel families, had all lost their former glory and fallen into decline. Klein carefully read the book in his hand, which recorded the hidden knowledge of the Fourth Epoch. He quickly scanned the descriptions related to Abraham. Aside from the initial description stating that the Abraham family was a transcendent existence among the five great noble families during the Tudor era, originating from the existence of Mr. Door, he found no further records about Mr. Door. Rosal the Great called Mr. Door a poor wretch trapped for 1,000 years. From what Rosal the Great wrote in his diary, if one were to infer what happened to Mr. Door in the Fourth Epoch, perhaps, when the Tudor Empire was overthrown, Mr. Door was also simultaneously exiled to a place surrounded by darkness and lightning. If Mr. Door had been exiled to that area in the Fifth Epoch, he shouldn't have been so silent. The Abraham family also wouldn't have ended up in such a sorry state in the Fifth Epoch. Only in the Fourth Epoch, only in an era when deities walked the earth, could an angel with such a special existence have been exiled to that inescapable prison, becoming the poor wretch trapped for 1,000 years as Rosal the Great called him. There's a conclusion, but it lacks primary evidence. Perhaps I can go back and divine about this matter above the grey mist. After noting this, Klein silently turned the page of the book in his hand and looked at the next page. The next page was what Klein was particularly interested in. The Amen family. The Amen family was also known as the blasphemer family in the ancient Fourth Epoch. They mastered the secret of stealing the power of deities. The high-sequence Beyander of the thief pathway, blasphemer, Amen. Klein began to meticulously read the book in his hand, word by word, striving not to miss a single detail. He didn't know why, but he had an instinctive interest in the surname Amen, as well as a subtle, almost imperceptible fear. The very first sentence describing Amen already made Klein realize something was amiss. Rumor has it that the Amen family of the Tudor Empire originated in the Third Epoch, descendants of the Lord of Mysteries, the omniscient and omnipotent God. The Lord of Mysteries, the omniscient and omnipotent God. Klein looked at this description and thought of Mr. Sun, from the Tarot Club. Silver City in the forsaken land of the gods seemed to worship the Lord of Mysteries, the omniscient and omnipotent God. The great catastrophe isolated the forsaken land of the gods. So, Amen originally came from the forsaken land of the gods. This thought made Klein's scalp tingle. An ancient hidden family from the Third Epoch to the present, an existence even older than the witch family of the Fourth Epoch. The Amen family controls the thief sequence. They specialize in theft. When this sequence reaches high sequence, even the authority of deities can be stolen under certain conditions. There are not many traces of this family left in history. It seems someone is deliberately concealing this part of the knowledge. According to rumors, every descendant of the Amen family wears a crystal-carved monocle in their right eye socket. This seems to possess a certain mysticism meaning. This book will not elaborate further here. The monocle has been an important symbol of the blasphemer family for a long time. Even in the current Fifth Epoch, the monocle still holds an important symbolic role. If readers encounter Beyonders of the thief sequence with similar characteristics, they are highly likely to be descendants of the Amen family. It is well known that every descendant of the Amen family is, in fact, Amen. That's not wrong either. Of course, Klein had not yet realized the seriousness of the problem, he just thought of another question. The Amen I saw, his monocle seemed to be on his left eye. The transformation from the right eye in the Fourth Epoch to the left eye in the Fifth Epoch, does this also have some mysticism meaning? One of Amon's ancestors and Mr. Error, or both high sequence Beyonders of the thief sequence. Mr. Error reclaimed the authority of Amon's ancestor, so the symbolism changed accordingly. The original symbol could no longer be used because it would allow Mr. Error to further erode his authority and power. A reasonable guess. Error, combined with the various Beyander abilities of the low and mid sequences of the thief sequence, just hearing the name, Klein, with his considerable mysticism knowledge, could probably guess what authority Mr. Error wielded. For example, equivalence caused by error, linking two unrelated things together to form a single entity. Using deceptive means to mix the false with the true, confusing truth and falsehood, leading to error. If I wear a monocle in my left eye socket, I might be targeted by Amen due to the principle of mysticism similarity. But if I wear a monocle in my right eye, wouldn't that mean Mr. Error would cast his gaze? Well, perhaps it's not that simple. After all, there are many people in this world who wear monocles, not just a few. It's not like every person who wears a monocle will cause Mr. Error, or Amon's ancestor to turn their gaze, right? Spirituality is one factor, being able to attract attention to that degree is another, and the third is probably the medium, which is the monocle. He wondered if a monocle taken from an Amon could be used. Klein felt his idea was good, but he didn't know if it would work in reality. Amidst his swirling thoughts, Klein continued to turn the pages. Besides Abraham and Amon, there was actually another unexpected gain for Klein. The Antigonus family. Klein's understanding of the Antigonus family was limited to the fact that their ancestor was currently in the Hornassus Mountains, existing in a state that could affect Beyonders of their own sequence. The marionettes scattered all over the mountainside were also why Klein felt a chill run down his spine just by seeing the name. Although he wasn't clear on the specific details, and Tingen City had strong interference, with Mr. Error present, it wouldn't be easily invaded. Perhaps diviners in other places will experience stronger interference when advancing. Just thinking about that scene made his back feel cold, making him want to burrow under the covers. However, these were all matters for the future, and Klein didn't intend to worry about them now. Isn't this just pure self-inflicted trouble? Instead of thinking about these pointless things, he should think about how to summarize the detailed acting method for clown. Klein finished reading the book's description of the Antigonus family. The book didn't contain much information about the Antigonus family, only mentioning that members of the Antigonus family were skilled at manipulating marionettes, and that their ancestor seemed to originate from a mythical creature from ancient times. So, what exactly was the Tudor Empire of the Fourth Epoch doing? So many strange things gathered together, and then a war broke out that almost destroyed the North Continent. This refers to the Four Emperors' War and the subsequent Pale disaster. The Amon family is very likely related to the Lord of Mysteries, the omniscient and omnipotent God, from the history of the Third Epoch, and the Antigonus family has an inseparable connection with the Dark Era and the chaotic Second Epoch. He was now very curious as to what virtues and abilities Blood Emperor Alistair Tudor possessed to have such a group of strange and formidable individuals under his command. Blood Emperor, Alistair Tudor. The five great noble families are all called angel families. Could that Blood Emperor be a powerful angel, or perhaps a deity? These overly wild speculations didn't occupy too much of Klein's mental capacity. He quickly skimmed the remaining records about Jacob and Tamara, and then there were many minor nobles of the Tudor Empire whose names Klein had never heard of, making it unnecessary to read further. Closing the book, Klein returned it to its original place, then went to look for other books. After reading various ones, the day was almost over. Miskatonic University has a curfew at 10 o'clock. All non-university Beyonders must leave before 10 o'clock, or face the consequences. It was now 8 in the evening. He had been too engrossed in reading. If he left before 10, he could still go to the snack street outside Tingen University to grab some dinner. Before leaving, Klein went upstairs to the second floor to look at the strange mirror. At this hour, there weren't many people on the second floor of the library. When Klein walked in front of the mirror of Herodes, it showed no reaction. It was as if the sycophantic mirror that had called him master repeatedly before no longer existed. Klein thought for a moment and decided that now might be a good time to try and probe this strange mirror of Herodes in Miskatonic University. He organized his words, then said, "Respected Herodes, I have a question." The surface of the mirror of Herodes lit up with familiar, eerie blood-red words, one after another. According to the principle of equivalence, after I answer one of your questions, you must also answer one of mine. You cannot lie, nor can you refuse to answer, or you will be punished. Furthermore, when the great Herodes asks a question, there must be people observing around you, otherwise you cannot ask. This was a completely different style from the previously neurotic mirror. Klein realized that this might be due to the stronger surveillance here, forcing the mirror of Herodes to disguise itself. This also proved one point. In the eyes of the mirror of Herodes, there was an irreconcilable conflict between him, this master, who had somehow taken over, and Miskatonic. What could it be? That mysterious space above the gray mist. But, there must be people observing. A social death mirror. You're still here. Behind him was a voice Klein recognized. He turned his head and saw Tang approaching. You want to ask a question? Yes, while there are few people, it's a good time to ask. Alright, but this thing really likes to ask tricky questions that can easily lead to social death. You should be fine, right? As long as it doesn't mention the gray mist or my secret of transmigration, we're all still good friends. Klein composed himself and nodded. To be precise, he couldn't not nod. If he left now, and Tang didn't notice anything amiss, it would instead arouse the other party's suspicion. Additionally, he also wanted to see what kind of treatment he, this great master, would receive from the Mirror of Erotas. If it really doesn't work, I'll just turn it over to the country. Klein quickly made up his mind and asked his question. I want to know, what is the cause of the abnormal activity fluctuations in the Sunwell mining area? The Mirror of Erotas heard the question, and its hazy surface began to tremble. An image appeared before Klein. A muddled young man numbly swung his iron hoe in a blurry sunlight. Because the background involved a high-grade, inherently special item like Sunwell ore, the image of the Sunwell ore presented by the Mirror of Erotas was unusually blurry. Klein's spiritual perception stirred, and he recognized who the person numbly mining was. That thief. The scene continued. The thief who had stolen Tang's wallet earlier accidentally missed his step and suddenly fell. The ritual magic meant as a protective measure seemed to have failed. The thief struggled desperately but quickly ran out of strength and fell into the bottomless, scorching Sunwell mine shaft. His screams attracted others who were also mining there, but besides rushing to inform the local consul of the accident, there was nothing else they could do. Klein had been to the Sunwell mining area. That place was like a steamer. Without strong protection, let alone the pollution carried by the raw ore itself, just the heat alone would be enough to evaporate an ordinary person or a low-sequence meander into gas in a few seconds, making them disappear from the real world. There was no better place for destroying bodies and erasing traces. After a marionette was destroyed, its body would also disappear, allowing the person behind the scenes to easily erase all evidence and hide their true purpose. The scene ended there, immediately followed by a new image. It's not over yet. Klein's mind stirred. He held his breath and watched the new things presented by the Mirror of Erotas. The things presented in the Mirror of Erotas changed once again. This time, what appeared was something unexpected yet reasonable for Klein. Leonard Mitchell. No, or rather, the person from the Amon family who was parasitizing Leonard Mitchell. Leonard Mitchell seemed to be negotiating with someone. The person he was negotiating with had an indistinct face, an unknown physique, and unknown attire. Even their voice showed a blurry, distorted quality. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description. What is the source of the increased activity of the Sunwell ore? Tang stroked his chin, watching the scene presented by the Mirror of Erotas with Klein. Soon, the scene presented by Erotas stopped. The scene it presented ended here, lingering on Leonard Mitchell's thoughtful, smiling expression. Coupled with the crystal-carved monocle that seemed to reflect the viewer's face, Klein felt a shiver of disgust. We didn't expect this matter to be related to Amon. Tang clicked his tongue and looked at Klein. Why did you think of using Erotas for this kind of thing? Just a little curious, Klein said. After all, this Mirror of Erotas seems quite old. It is well known that in the world of mysticism, the older something is, the more terrifying it often becomes. According to the students, this Mirror of Erotas seemed to be omniscient and omnipotent, or at least capable of being associated with omniscience and omnipotence. As long as the question does not involve high-level beings, and as long as it does not involve the forbidden questions that this mirror was designed with, then it can answer your question after you pay a question of equal value. Theoretically, Klein could completely ask more valuable things, such as why he transmigrated, where Rosal the Great was, whether the transmigrator senior at Miskatonic University was Mr. Error, and whether he held goodwill or malice towards him. But among these questions, there might be forbidden ones that cannot be discussed. Perhaps, someone was constantly watching this mirror of erotas in its surroundings. After all, the almost omniscient and omnipotent power it displayed must also occupy an important position in Miskatonic University. You were curious about the right thing. Tang nodded. This is something we haven't thoroughly investigated. Through a high-level seer pathway, we originally thought the activity increase in the Sunwell mining area was only related to the secret order, but we didn't expect there to be another layer of connection behind it. Could the Mirror of Erotas accomplish more than a high-level seer pathway? Klein caught this piece of information. Perhaps in divination and information gathering, the Mirror of Erotas was indeed more powerful than most diviners. Then, it being able to see the great secret hidden within me is not incomprehensible, it's just according to the principle of equivalence, it's my turn to ask. The Mirror of Erotas changed at this moment. The creepy face of Leonard Mitchell that was originally displayed on the mirror surface disappeared, and strings of ominous, blood-red words once again appeared on the surface of the Mirror of Erotas. Here it comes. Klein secretly swallowed, seemingly nervous, looking at the brand new text appearing on the Mirror of Erotas. Relax, although this thing has no bottom line, it is, after all, a sealed artifact restricted by the school. It won't ask anything too outrageous. For example, asking, what's your sexual orientation, what color underwear do you like to wear, or, if your lover turns into a monster, will you still love him, and so on. Arodes. Saying it has no bottom line to its face. Have you noticed that your surroundings are full of strange coincidences? The words displayed by Arodes finally formed this sentence. Strange coincidences. Klein frowned. He suddenly thought of something. Those were things he seemed to have forgotten without realizing it. Coincidences. Tang looked at the words displayed on the Mirror of Erotas and also frowned. He looked at Klein, waiting for his answer. Klein pondered secretly, then he looked at Arodes and replied, yes, I have indeed noticed. He had indeed noticed some hidden, strange coincidences constantly occurring before this. At Arodes's reminder, he once again recalled these seemingly normal, yet overly coincidental events. This included many aspects, including the initial deaths of Welch and Naya, the actions of the trickster from the secret order, and now the Sunwell ore. Everything seemed to be slowly moving towards some abnormal end under a hidden push. At the same time, Backland. Through the connection between Marionette and Marionette, strength, Gale Bray successfully left the forsaken land of the gods and arrived in this land known as the City of 10,000 Capitals. This was his first time leaving the East Continent and coming to a strange land that he had only seen through the eyes of other marionettes. Compared to the absolute darkness of the forsaken land of the gods, where the sky was day when there were more lightning strikes and night when there were fewer, and the depths of the darkness were filled with countless monsters, the world outside the forsaken land of the gods had sunlight, air, and a completely different life that he had never felt. The forsaken land of the gods was abandoned by the gods, but here, the faith in gods was omnipresent. It really is a completely different world. Another faceless marionette had already been transferred to Silver City, disguised as him, to mislead the people of Silver City by Mr. Error. Mr. Strength, in a cloak, looked at the person who came to meet him. It wasn't Tang's historical void projection or Nicola's avatar, but a young woman wearing a black mage's robe, with long hair covering her ears, an outstanding appearance, a striking demeanor, and an exceptionally beautiful appearance with a calm and composed aura. She was a living person. Upon seeing Gale Bray, this beautiful and striking woman took a step forward, bowed slightly, and saluted, expressing respect for an angel. Good evening, Mr. Strength. I am this time's Miskatonic investigator assigned to escort you, Archerly Lancaster. An ageless witch. As an excellent graduate of Miskatonic University, Archerly, after opening the door to divinity, had long since learned and understood many, many things she had never dared to imagine before. After learning the truth of this world, understanding that the apocalypse was approaching, receiving the gift from Mr. Error and the help of that individual, she successfully digested Sequence 4, the Despair Potion, 1,000 years ago, becoming a Sequence 3 saint. Now, with the Millennium Prologue and its end, she was about to get another chance for promotion, to become a Sequence 2 Calamity Witch. Where's Nicola? Mr. Strength looked around and did not see Nicola's Time Worm avatar, or Tang's historical void projection. Mr. Error has other matters that he needs to handle. Currently, the main ones handling Backland are me and another lord. Mr. Strength nodded. I understand. It seems they are really busy. That fellow is deep in the violent sea. Even if his historical void projections are numerous, of sufficient rank, and powerful enough, those historical void projections that can walk on land, their power and ability to influence Euclidean space are ultimately limited. And Nicola is busy with some strange matter in Intis, not knowing what he's up to. Did they think that with him, an ageless witch, and conqueror, Brooks here, it's already enough? Keelan Jesse's location has been locked, but his current state is very special. Mr. Error has instructed that you should try your best to ensure he dies after failing to assassinate Pallas Nigan. Pallas Nigan currently has no need to die. The Conservative Party of the Ruined Kingdom can play a significant role in stabilizing the international situation. Now is not the time for a visionary to become a god, so killing Pallas Nigan has no meaning. Gale Bray understood Nicola's thoughts. His mission from the Hanged Man was merely to kill Keelan Jesse. He essentially did not care about the situation of the North Continent nations and did not wish to participate. However, an angel secretly visiting Backland, the city of 10,000 capitals, would still cause some commotion. Especially when such an angel's purpose was merely to kill a Sequence 6 Storm-Blessed. Archerly smiled sweetly, full of youthful and hopeful vitality. As an ageless witch who had lived for nearly 1,000 years, adhering to the ageless witch's acting principles, her inner self was still the same as she once was. For an ageless witch, eternal youth is not just about physical appearance, mental eternal youth is equally important. Strength, Gale Bray had no objection to this, but he went to look at that Hurricane General, Keelan Jesse. This pirate general, who had hidden in Backland, was now wearing human skin gloves and trembling in a dark corner. No, don't kill me, no, don't kill me, don't kill me, no, no, no. I won't kill anyone anymore, I'll never do it again, don't do this, please, I didn't mean to kill you back then, no, 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 stay away from me. Stay away from me. This person had already collapsed. Gale Bray could clearly see traces of memory, divinity, and spirit-body grafting. It seemed someone had pulled many people he had killed from the historical void and grafted them onto this person. Standing in front of Keelan Jesse was a man around 30 years old, with a refined appearance. Good evening, Mr. Strength. He was Tang's marionette, the first mate on the great pirate Keelan Jesse's ship. Strength, Gale Bray gazed at the calmly smiling man, then looked at Keelan Jesse, who was already deeply immersed in his own illusions, unable to extricate himself, with all things manipulated, like a puppet on strings. This person's current state. Did you do it? Yes. The man in his 30s smiled. If you want to ask me why I did this, or if I received orders from Tang, then I can simply tell you, Mr. Strength, everything I do is simply according to my own will. Your own will. A will output from cold data code. No, it's not. The man sighed, then said with an unruffled expression, I didn't passively become Tang's marionette, I actively chose to become his marionette. Strength. Gale Bray looked sideways at this outwardly unremarkable man. Perhaps this story sounds cliché to you, but it is indeed true, it's what happened to me. I once had a happy family, loving parents, a kind wife and daughter. We lived in an ordinary port near Ruin's coast. At first, we were just the most ordinary family, making a living from the sea. Living off the land, living off the sea. We were fortunate. Life by the sea, though not lavish, at least ensured we had enough food and clothing. Sometimes, we could even find valuable things by the sea and sell them to dignitaries for a good sum. I originally thought our lives would continue until I died and returned to the goddess's divine kingdom. Until one day, his wife, with their 5-year-old daughter and his parents, boarded a passenger ship, wanting to see the big city, while he, needing to sell his seafood, did not go with them. That morning, his wife was still overjoyed, the child was incredibly happy, and so were his parents. The whole family was full of longing for the big city. Then the passenger ship was hijacked by pirates, and everyone died without a burial place. He frantically wanted to go to the place where the passenger ship was hijacked to search for his wife, daughter, and parents, but there was nothing left there. Anything still usable had long been cleaned up, perhaps put into new ship production. The rest had long been swallowed by the sea. He despaired. He inquired for a long time about who the pirates who hijacked this ship were. He wanted revenge. He found out, and he tried to get revenge. But the result was as expected. Even a Sequence 9 with extraordinary abilities on Keelan Jesse's ship, he couldn't handle, let alone one of the 7 great pirate generals who was already a storm-blessed. Later, he met that person. He received help from that person, on the condition of becoming a marionette in his hands. You still have your memories, your thoughts, your ideas. You can have your revenge, but only within a time frame I give you. Before that, how about we watch him step by step into the abyss without him knowing? I was persuaded. The man regretfully said, if Hermes hadn't told Keelan Jesse in advance that there was a problem on his ship, I think I should be carefully appreciating him right now. He walked in front of Keelan Jesse, who was already in a deep hallucination, muddled, his body hovering on the edge of marionette transformation. He kicked the other party, fiercely grinding his foot on the hand wearing, creeping hunger. The pathetic state of falling into deep despair just as the wish is about to be fulfilled. My wife, my child, died under this glove. He turned his face, half of it covered in crawling translucent worms, and smiled. Mr. Strength, tell me, was what I did right? The man pulled a cigarette from his pocket, ignited it with a flame that shot from his hand, and then stood up again, looking at Keelan Jesse, who was still lying on the ground, trapped in his illusion and unable to extricate himself. He narrowed his eyes and took a deep drag from the cigarette. A somewhat choking smell of smoke surrounded the man. His half-face, crawling with worms, disappeared and returned to normal under the flickering light of the cigarette. Then, the man threw the cigarette on the ground and extinguished it with the foot he had previously used to step on Keelan Jesse. He deserved to die, all of them deserved to die. He laughed, this is what keeps me alive. I'm very grateful to Mr. Error and that person, they gave me a chance for revenge. The man said, glancing at Mr. Strength again, then left the alley without looking back. Keelan Jesse, who was lying on the ground, slowly stood up after the man left. He was in pain, numb, and his limbs didn't seem to be under his control, at first appearing like a marionette. However, he began to look more and more like a normal person, the numbness and pain on his face disappearing. Every piece of flesh that had been pieced together turned into a marionette in someone else's hands. Although his face looked normal, a careful observer could still detect an inhuman abnormality upon closer inspection. He was smiling, a happy smile, but because of the details, this seemingly happy smile appeared exceptionally terrifying. So, Mr. Strength, Keelan Jesse bowed to Gale Bray, please, you must kill me properly. This, to me, would be a great honor. Gale Bray remained silent. When Keelan Jesse, having stood up again, hummed a tune and left, Gale Bray finally turned his head to look at the huge red moon in the sky. It was the same here. The East Continent was hell for the people of the East Continent. Here, for some people, it was also hell. I want to create a peaceful world. On the beam above, the ageless witch archer hummed an off-key tune, also gazing at the red moon in the sky. She wore her usual faint smile, as if permanently etched on her face, and was counting down the story in backland. So, as Rosal the Great said, do I need to master a secret technique called infinite Tsukuyomi? Stories are just stories. That person was right, an absolutely ideal world never exists. So how could this world be transformed into an ideal one? The ageless witch archer's lips curved slightly, happy with the future she envisioned. Keelan Jesse used his faceless ability to disguise himself and infiltrated a gathering attended by Pallas Nigan, a conservative magnate of the Ruined Kingdom. He quickly attempted to execute the plan he had received from the Twilight Hermit Society. His infiltration initially did not attract the attention of Audrey Hall, the Justice. He was cautious, and with a true faceless operating behind the scenes, Keelan Jesse's disguise was almost seamless. It was the golden retriever Susie who discovered a strange problem. Sometimes, twitches, looking like he's taken some strange drug. Audrey, do you think he might have a problem? As an audience, the dog Susie's observational skills could be stronger than those of Audrey, the noble lady, in certain situations. After all, it was just a dog, and almost no one would pay attention to a dog's whereabouts. That was the marionettist operating his marionette, a subconscious relaxation when no one was around. It could only be said that Keelan Jesse's first mate was not an excellent, outstanding marionettist. But that didn't stop him from manipulating Keelan Jesse, sending him to his death. Audrey discovered the problem after Susie's reminder. She also observed the noble Keelan Jesse was impersonating and finally confirmed her suspicions. This was likely a fake. The one disguised as an invited noble might be the pirate general who had recently arrived in Backland for unknown reasons. But why would he come to such a banquet? Audrey didn't know if Mr. Strength was nearby, so she could only contact Mr. Error, asking him to relay to Mr. Hanged Man and Mr. Strength that Keelan Jesse might have appeared at the banquet. All incorrect errors, the embodiment of fallacies and loopholes, the hour hand that guides fate. After completing her prayer and informing Mr. Error about the matter, out of caution, knowing that Keelan Jesse possessed a powerful sealed artifact and could not possibly be dealt with by herself, Audrey very quickly informed her father, Duke Hall, that someone had disguised themselves and infiltrated the banquet. Duke Hall also reacted swiftly. He quickly contacted Duke Nigan and notified the Storm Church that someone might have infiltrated the banquet, requesting them to send more personnel. The church arrived quite quickly. Since the old pigeon of the Storm Church wasn't out for a walk, they didn't delay. The Singer of God, Ace Snake, arrived in time. Keelan Jesse's assassination failed, and he was forced to flee. Then, during his escape, he was ambushed by an angel. By the time the Storm Church's demigod arrived, half of Keelan Jesse's body had vanished without a trace. From afar, the Singer of God, Ace Snake, noticed the person blocking Keelan Jesse's escape. His eyelids twitched, realizing something. Immediately following, Alger Wilson, the hanged man of the Tarot Club and a loyal believer of the Storm Church, saw the person blocking Keelan Jesse, wearing a uniform that was somewhat familiar to him. From a distance, the person's physique looked very much like Mr. Strength, who had just joined the Tarot Club. A true demigod, a demigod who, with a single strike, casually killed his most troublesome foe, the Sequence 6 Storm Blessed, a pirate general carrying a terrifying sealed artifact. Someone from Miskatonic, what is he doing here? The demigod from the Storm Church beside him gasped, watching that figure rapidly fade and disappear. Miskatonic University, the demigod under Mr. Error. The hanged man quickly drew a line connecting Mr. Strength and Mr. Error. Mr. Strength was either Mr. Error's representative in certain decisions, or he represented the Miskatonic Investigator Group, which was why he was brought into the Tarot Club by Mr. Error. Regardless of his strength or the network of connections behind him, the hanged man felt that Mr. Strength was powerful enough. And the bargaining chip for such an existence to make this deal with him. Mr. Hanged Man suddenly felt a bit unconfident. Although I don't know what Mr. Strength wants these things for. I'll add 3/10 when I go back. The news of Keelan Jesse's confirmed death was the information Klein received from Backland on the third day after obtaining his Miskatonic University pass. Due to the wireless telegraph, the news from Backland to Tingen City, and the newspaper's typesetting, printing, and sales in Tingen City, were not slow. Klein knew about Keelan Jesse's death just one day later. Keelan Jesse, dead. When Klein heard this news, he was still somewhat incredulous, especially since he had only recently heard about this pirate general from Mr. Hanged Man. Who would have thought he would die in Backland not long after? Well, our investigators happened to be in Backland. When they saw someone like him, who had a bounty on his head and was responsible for countless lives, they naturally had to kill him. It can be considered eliminating a menace. Such a major event didn't even need promotion. Students at Miskatonic were already abuzz with the news. After all, the one who killed this notorious pirate general. It was done by one of our legendary investigators. A legendary investigator. Ah, Klein, you might not be very clear about our ranking here. Tang stroked his chin, swallowed the potato chips in his mouth, and then said, among the investigators here at Miskatonic, the most formidable are still those legends. I remember Rosal the Great once said something like legends are all buried in graves, or something. I don't know why Rosal the Great would say that. In the ranks of investigators, those referred to as legends are only a few. They are each at least sequence 2 angels, and are one of the core pillars of Miskatonic. The one who cleared out that pirate was such a figure, but the specific identity is unclear. Legendary investigators, you see, most legendary investigators don't appear easily, they often run around the world, but I don't know why this time they were so high profile. However, such news would quickly fade without further revelations. Klein shook his head, no longer paying attention to this. He focused his attention on the Miskatonic library. Today was the last day. He had already looked up most of the things he wanted to investigate and was curious about. Also, besides the very first time, the Mirror of Erotas had not sought him out. Klein felt he should find an opportunity to try asking that mirror a few more questions. No, it would be best if that mirror came to him, rather than him going to the mirror. On the first day after Klein returned home, he used divination to confirm whether he was being monitored, then entered the washroom and ascended above the gray mist. He repeated the aforementioned actions, performed divination once more, and only after confirming that his divination results were not interfered with, did he breathe a sigh of relief. Following that were numerous tedious but reassuring divination contents. After confirmation, Miskatonic and Tang Eggers did not seem to have deceived him, and Klein also attempted to divine what the Mirror of Erotas said about coincidence and being careful of the sun, but the results were not satisfactory. This mysterious space above the gray mist could indeed help Klein eliminate most interferences, but it did not improve his own divination level. In other words, what he couldn't divine, he simply couldn't divine. If the prerequisites were insufficient, whether he was above the gray mist or not did not affect the divination result. Klein couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, but quickly his heart jumped into his throat again. After all, being careful of the sun and unexpected coincidences were like fish bones stuck in his throat, not fatal, but extremely irritating. After confirming that he had not attracted Miskatonic's attention and was simply scaring himself, Klein spent the second and third days in the Miskatonic library, studying ritual magic while also researching many ancient histories not recorded within the Night Watchers. This was the advantage of official extraordinaries. If Wild Beyonders had the backing of a secret order, it was fine, but if they didn't, understanding these things would require a significant price. Of course, this knowledge was not essential for them, nor did they have the opportunity to spend time researching it. On the last day, after having lunch with Tang, Klein continued his work at the library. His choice was correct. In the afternoon, the Mirror of Erotas sought him out once again. Klein, sitting by the window, saw blood-red words wriggle and appear on the window beside him. While curious, he also maintained sufficient vigilance. When dealing with such thinking entities whose minds were unknown, one must maintain extreme vigilance to interact with them, otherwise, one wouldn't even know how they were tricked to their death. My supreme, great master, your humble, pitiful servant Arodes has finally found an opportunity to contact you again. Having had the first experience, Klein leaned back in his chair, scanning the glass beside him with his peripheral vision. He deliberately chose a quiet corner where people rarely passed by, and the Mirror of Erotas could communicate through lip movements. Klein also believed that, in order not to be discovered communicating with him, the Mirror of Erotas must have already considered the issue of being discovered. As the great Mr. Fool, the master in Arodes's words, Klein nodded, then mouthed, "Arodes, what do you mean by, be careful of the sun?" This was a continuation of what the Mirror of Erodes had told him on the first day, and the question he had asked in front of Tang that day. But Klein couldn't directly ask this question, because Erodes hadn't mentioned, "Be careful of the sun." If he asked, he would expose himself in front of Tang. The words that appeared from the Mirror of Erodes were very fast. Tingen City is about to suffer an unavoidable large-scale disaster. Error has left here. After the Sunwell mining area is polluted, at a certain point in time, its activity will rapidly increase at an abnormal speed, and then all the ores from the Sunwell mining area would erupt, submerging all nearby areas. Erodes is here to warn you, Great Master. You absolutely cannot leave here today. It's about to erupt. The entire Tingen City will be completely destroyed today. Chapter 348, 347 Sunwell Part 1. Tingen City will be destroyed today. Klein was startled. He abruptly stood up, no longer looking at the string of blood-red characters that had begun to change continuously. He could no longer care about anything else. An ominous premonition suddenly filled Klein's heart when he saw the characters presented by the Mirror of Erodes. That lingering ominous premonition was now stimulating him. Something big, something terrifying, was about to happen. The string after string of characters, as if dripping with blood, changed as Klein left and did not disappear as before because of his departure. This is unchangeable, a predetermined fate and destiny that is bound to arrive, Great Master. Even you cannot change this outcome. Everything was already destined. This was fate, and also an inevitable destiny. The characters displayed by the Mirror of Erodes vanished, and everything returned to peace. Tingen City had a heavy rain today. The sky, covered with dark clouds, became even darker after the sun set. From time to time, lightning flashed across the night sky, but the light it brought could not pierce through the murky, ultimate darkness that seemed to absorb even light. A stifling wind blew from afar, bringing no coolness but rather an abnormal heat. This abnormal heat had already attracted the attention of some high-ranking Beyonders. In Ramde Town, northwest of Tingen City, Olsen looked at the darkness in the sky, then withdrew his gaze. The ground beneath his feet trembled slightly. Something beneath the entire Ramde Town seemed to be awakening. It was something terrifying. At this moment, the people in Ramde Town had not yet realized what had happened. Olsen's figure flickered, and he vanished from his original spot. The Sunwell is about to erupt. Inside the Sunwell mining area. In the gigantic spiral-down structure, golden, scorching, dazzling Sunwell ore, which purified all darkness and evil, covered the entire mine shaft, extending downwards, with no end in sight. The rain falling from the sky vaporized upon approaching the Sunwell mining area. The temperature here was constantly rising. Sunwell ore itself was an excellent luminous mineral, but at this moment, the faint light of the minerals themselves was steadily increasing at a slow yet firm pace. It was as if countless miniature suns were rapidly erupting and expanding their steadily emitted pollution and energy in a short period. Their activity, under an unknown influence, was climbing at an unprecedented speed. They were vibrating, and this vibration caused the surrounding crust to begin shaking as well. The first to notice the anomaly were the investigators stationed at the Sunwell mining area. They were extremely surprised to discover the tremors coming from underground, followed by shock and panic after the ritualistic magic used to detect mineral activity crashed and reported an error. What happened? Leave here. The suddenly appearing highest authority directly issued an order, demanding that the investigators stationed here evacuate as quickly as possible. He did not explain the reason. His figure flickered and once again disappeared from his original spot. At the bottom of the gigantic spiral mine shaft, which seemed to lead directly to the Earth's core, one voice after another, like the most devout believers, reverently sang praises to the sun, extolling the sun, again and again, endlessly, as if praying to an imperceptible deity. Amidst these countless voices of praise and adoration, something special had, at some unknown point, mixed in. The Lord who created everything. The ruler behind the veil of shadows. The fallen self-confidence of all living beings. I pray for your descent, I pray for you to bestow upon me true divinity. Sunwell ore is the most mystic mineral, and the energy it contains is widely used in various exorcism and purification fields. It is pure, yet extreme. Extreme light can give rise to extreme darkness. One extreme birth will inevitably give rise to another extreme. The extreme reverses, which is inherently an incorrect error. It was born from this. A figure wearing a black pointed soft hat and a magic robe of the same color stood at the gigantic wellhead that seemed to connect to the Earth's core. He lowered his gaze and examined this massive mystic creation with his monocular on his left eye. So that's how it is. Amon pinched his monocular. The raw material of Sunwell ore is actually Amon. Someone called out from behind Amon, who was still leaning down, continuously using his abilities to decipher. Amon turned his head to look at the newcomer. Olson Abraham, the leader of one of the Abraham family branches, a Sequence 2 traveler. He was also aware of the plan, so there was no need to overact. Otherwise, his avatar might not be able to withstand an attack from a Sequence 2 traveler. However, you should be a historical void projection, right? Tang Eggers shouldn't place an angel, Amon paused, then chuckled, and an angel who can freely traverse the spirit world, here to guard the gate. Olson did not deny it. His main body was indeed not here. For the sake of plans before the apocalypse, his current main body was traveling the astral world, merely projecting some time worms onto this historical void projection using the Beander abilities of Error and Tang as a cryptic servant, spanning light years. But if it was against an avatar of Amon, this is enough, he said softly. Yes, Amon shrugged, not denying Olson's point. So, he leaned backward, and Olson lunged forward, attempting to remove Amon from the Sunwell mining area. His attempt failed. Amon was faster. He smiled, falling headfirst into the Sunwell, heading towards the Earth's core. The surrounding Sunwell ore grew brighter and hotter. The moisture in the sky had long since evaporated, and even the soil beneath their feet began to vaporize. Olson's gaze was sharp. After seeing that he could not expel this Amon avatar, he quickly left the area covered by the Sunwell mining area. Go. At this moment, all the people still in Ramde town were surrounded by specks of starlight. They suddenly vanished from their original spots in confusion, fleeing into the distance. The Sunwell is about to erupt. After Amon jumped into the Sunwell, his body twisted into time worms, merging with the surrounding minerals, activating a certain erroneous program they carried. What an interesting experience. Amon's figure continuously faded, merging with the surrounding objects. In the loud praises and adoration of the sun, the prayers became distorted. Praise be to you, the omniscient and omnipotent Lord, praise be to you, the, of all living beings. Fallen self-confidence. At the very bottom of the Sunwell, the countless already scorching and blinding Sunwell ores melted. They seemed to have transformed into the most depraved and dark matter. They followed a certain erroneous program and the fallen self-confidence that all living beings could not expel, stirring the surrounding Sunwell ores, making them pure and full of the desire to erupt into shadow. Soon, these liquefied, depraved, and dark Sunwell ores gathered their companions. They became flowing, brilliant golden magma. They continued to praise a supreme and great existence. In each praise, they boiled. Amon's figure completely disappeared during the continuous descent. His last remaining monocular fell into the magma. A single stone stirred up 1,000 waves. After this crystal-carved monocular dropped into the magma surged upwards, frantically devouring the unliquefied Sunwell ores along the edges of the mine shaft. The assimilated Sunwell ores also transformed into brilliant golden liquid. They rose rapidly, as if something underground was pushing them. They surged, faster and faster, faster and faster. Then, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked open with one long, huge fissure after another. The black clouds in the sky covered everything, and in the center of Ramde town, where heavy rain also poured down, a brilliant golden magma shot straight into the sky, completely illuminating the dark night. The earth was shaking madly. The ritualistic magic spread throughout the Sunwell mining area took effect. A translucent barrier appeared, attempting to compress these highly active Sunwell ore liquids back into the Sunwell mining area. The brilliant golden magma rapidly corroded these ritualistic magic, corrupting the core knowledge that composed them, causing an error. These ritualistic magic lasted less than 3 seconds before completely failing. The brilliant golden pillar of light, unrestrained, shot straight into the sky. In the extreme, unsettling night, even the people of Tingen City saw this light. Even though there was a great distance from Ramde town, the tremor of the earth still accompanied the light. What is that? An earthquake? What happened? What is that thing? Hey, look, something is surging over there. An earthquake. Some people hurriedly ran to open spaces, while others were unconcerned. The quality of Tingen City's buildings and the special nature of the place itself were enough to ensure that even tremors strong enough to tear the earth apart could not damage it in the slightest. The common people who knew the truth were initially unconcerned, scoffing at the students and ordinary people visiting Tingen City who panicked at a slight tremor. They even stopped to admire the strange sight. It was also at this time that all officers of the Tingen City Police Department were dispatched. The earth continued to shake, and the brilliant golden light illuminating half the sky, like a swarm of locusts, was rapidly devouring the darkness above the sky, surging towards them. These officers, dressed in police uniforms, their faces tense and panicked, even as they saw the brilliant golden light surging towards them, rushed through the streets, shouting through megaphones. Immediately take shelter in the nearest church or school. Repeat, immediately take shelter in the nearest church or school. Do not linger on the streets. They were not joking. Dunn Smith hurriedly passed through the suddenly chaotic students, rushing towards the direction where the brilliant golden light illuminated half the sky. Miskatonic University urgent notice. All investigators, night watchers, and punishers please note, the Sunwell mining area has been infiltrated by an unknown Beander. The activity of the Sunwell mining area has rapidly increased in a short period. Please immediately evacuate ordinary citizens and organize them to take refuge inside churches and the university. The Sunwell mining area had encountered an unknown invader. The Sunwell ore stored there, capable of blowing up the entire Tingen City, was about to go out of control. Calm down, Dunn, calm down. Dunn wiped away the sweat caused by the rapidly rising temperature from the Sunwell ore's eruption. His gray eyes were filled with seriousness. Miskatonic has already made corresponding preparations. To prevent the Sunwell mining area from erupting, they must have set up corresponding defense measures. Mr. Eggers' gaze is fixed on Tingen City. As long as he exists, even if the Sunwell mining area completely erupts. Captain. Dunn was startled by the voice and looked at Klein, who was coming towards him against the flow. Klein completely disregarded everything else. His face was exceptionally pale. Captain, something big has happened at the Sunwell mining area. Before Klein could finish speaking, an extreme heat wave arrived even earlier than the brilliant golden Sunwell magma, a heat wave strong enough to instantly dry a person. All incorrect errors. Incarnations of fallacies and loopholes. The hour hand guiding fate. Still not working. Outside Tingen City, a middle-aged man in a sharp investigator uniform roared in a low voice. No, it's not working. The one being roared at was a young man who looked no older than 20. He seemed on the verge of tears. The heat wave from afar continuously surged over, and the world-ending scene of overwhelming darkness made his legs tremble. The still naive youth was so scared that his voice was tinged with a sob. He was just a student who had just left Miskatonic and had just joined the investigator team. Then, in his first Beander encounter, he faced the earth-shattering, irresistible Sunwell magma. I'll try again. Tears were instantly dried. The young investigator wiped away non-existent tears and stared with wide eyes at the brilliant golden flames rapidly approaching them. He tried once again to contact Mr. Error. No need. The middle-aged investigator already understood that they could not contact Mr. Error. Someone had cut off Tingen City's connection with the outside world. Someone was trying to destroy the entire Tingen. Activate the ritualistic magic defenses. Tell the ritual masters to quickly activate the sealing ritual. We must not let these things surge in. Even if they died, they could not let these things enter Tingen. The brilliant golden light, soaring into the clouds, illuminated half of Tinghan City's sky. Following the scorching heat, something even more terrifying arrived. The Sunwell's magma, erupting into the sky, lit up the horizon. On the distant ground, a similar phenomenon was devouring everything, surging forward relentlessly towards them. Just like the volcanic ash that inevitably follows a volcanic eruption, rock particles and minerals were melted by the Sunwell into tiny fragments, carried by the heat and the strong winds formed by the surging air currents, blowing towards them. Those standing outside Tinghan City immediately felt unable to breathe. Cough, cough, put on your masks, don't breathe. The ashes produced by the Sunwell or eruption are polluting. Don't inhale those, cough, cough, those ashes. In the distance, green vegetation was ignited by the Sunwell's magma flowing on the ground. The investigators watched as the magma consumed everything in its path. Nothing could impede its advance in the face of nature's power. In the sky, the magma produced by the Sunwell ore was about to fall. Those looking up at the sky noticed something descending from behind the clouds. Burning heat rushed towards them, and one by one, extremely hot golden raindrops fell vertically from the sky. The brilliant golden raindrops struck the buildings, steaming and instantly vaporizing their surfaces. A temperature that could instantly vaporize a person, accompanied by brilliant golden rain, representing light and purification, was about to cleanse the entire Tinghan. One by one, mysterious symbols and magical markings lit up from the ground, forming a continuous pattern of magical lines across the land. The sealing ritual was completed. The ritual master, who was adjusting the ritual, activated it just as the Sunwell or magma was about to arrive. But it seemed, was it too late? Inside Tinghan City, Pale's Zoroaster walked against the flow of people, heading out of Tinghan City. Street. Peter Hospital, Dean's office. A kind-faced lady stood up from behind her desk and walked to the French window, gazing at the brilliant golden light outside. A figure wearing a black silk top hat and a matching swallow-tailed coat appeared on Tinghan University's clock tower. He stared at the sky, and in his light brown eyes, time worms with 12 segments continuously emerged. Tang, sitting in a cafe, raised his coffee cup and toasted his reflection in the window glass. Dong. A massive bell reverberated through Tinghan City, echoing in the hearts of every ordinary person and every Beander. This bell, seemingly from the distant past, caused the brilliant golden rain falling from the sky to stop mid-air, and the surging ore ashes and flowing magma in the distance to halt in place. The brilliant golden magma that had dripped onto buildings flew back into the sky, and the ashes inhaled by the investigators flew out of their bodies once more, drifting into the distance. At this moment, inside Tinghan City, intricate patterns emerged on building after building. This city of miracles, which had been continuously transformed for 1,000 years, displayed its power. The sealing ritual of Tinghan City was completed in this instant, enveloping the entire Tinghan City. For 1,000 years, every building and every street constructed here had its purpose. In the construction of the grand ritual magic, they served as conduits, mediums, and carriers, constantly preparing for the use of a super-large ritual. Mr. Zoroaster. Outside Tinghan City, the investigators noticed the brilliant golden light in the sky solidifying and pausing there, and saw their teammates' bodies return to normal just before they were contaminated. They saw Pale's Zoroaster appear beside them. This was one of Miskatonic's high-ranking officials, a true Angel King. This ancient Angel King, who did not appear old, looked up at the vast expanse of already melted Sunwell or liquid in the sky, his eyes showing a seriousness and solemnity that anyone could discern. Sealed Tinghan City. If necessary, abandon everything else and prioritize the safety of Tinghan City's residents. Even if Mr. Error was not in Tinghan City was not without a Sequence 1 Archangel. In his presence, no matter how desperate the situation, a sense of anticipation and hope would involuntarily arise in one's heart. After all, humans are such strange creatures. Yes. Miskatonic's investigators quickly sprang into action. While a time worm used his Beander ability to buy them precious time, the sealing ritual successfully took effect. One brilliant light after another, accompanied by symbols and markings that beyonders could and could not identify, rose from the ground, forming a thin but sturdy barrier above Tingen City. It was like a frosted glass, through which all turmoil and conflict were completely isolated. Subsequently, the time halted by the time worm began to flow again. Olsen appeared beside Pales and retreated with him into Tingen City. "We can't get out," Olsen whispered to Pales, pressing one hand against the thin, transparent barrier in front of him, using his traveler's sealing ability to reinforce the protective shield generated by this ritual magic. The true creator has sealed the inside and outside. Forcibly crossing the spirit world would carry a very high risk. He had brought all the others from Ram Town back to Tingen City. With a deity personally involved in the sealing, forcibly crossing would be quite dangerous. Unable to do otherwise, after sending the people to the Tingen University shelter, Olsen quickly approached the barrier and rendezvoused with Pales, helping to maintain this large-scale ritual. As a Sequence 2 historical void image, Olsen was unable to exert his full abilities. At least, when confronting a true god's full sealing, he could not safely lead others away. They could only try to hold on with this barrier until Era returned. With the 7 gods currently unable to spare their full attention and only able to descend a portion of their power, even facing the true creator, who was the human aspect of the ancient sun god, as long as Era returned, everything would be resolved. After all, Nicola was an angel king, possessing a uniqueness, and the true creator was currently still sealed on the East Continent, having not left. The true creator, huh? Pales pondered for a moment, then whispered, "It won't be that simple. If the ultimate goal is to destroy Tingen City, then even if Era's gaze is temporarily blocked, it doesn't mean he can't return. A mere seal by the true creator, relying on the polluting magma from the sun well ore, cannot completely destroy Tingen City. For an angel king who controlled Era, simply relying on a forcefully descended divine kingdom and using his authority, the true creator could not stop Nicola's Flammel. But he can prevent Nicola from returning so early," Olsen said. Delaying Nicola, preventing him from returning to defend so soon, was indeed feasible. If the things produced by the sun well submerged Tingen City, then when Era returned, he would only see Tingen completely consumed by flames and sun well ore. Therefore, as long as the barrier remained, the sun well's magma could not consume this place. As the grand ritual magic originally intended for the defense of the entire Tingen City, this ritual magic's object of prayer originated from the most fundamental, knowledge, and its strength was sufficient to withstand a true god's attack for a short period. So, someone will inevitably act against the barrier. Pales concluded, "I'll inform the others. It's not just the true creator who has made a move. Besides the true creator, who else could it be?" Pales quickly headed towards the Tingen City government. On the way, he encountered the Dean of St. Peter Hospital, a gentle-mannered lady who exchanged a glance with Pales, and both quickly understood each other's intentions. "I'll go to the city government to guard the core of the sealing ritual. You go stop Katrina." "All right." The Dean of St. Peter Hospital nodded. White Saint Katerina, she was still inside Tingen City. This ageless witch of the witch sect, who knew what she was planning. The original witch showed no movement, but that didn't mean she had no ideas. After all, Tang had a Sequence 1 conqueror on his side, and for the witch sect, the conqueror's Beander characteristic was of self-evident importance for advancing to calamity. Could she be cooperating with the true creator? Pales did not know that Tang had made a deal with the witch sect. To be precise, besides knowing that the sun well would submerge the entire Tingen City today, he was unaware of other matters. Leaving everything to his own judgment, Pales only knew that the destruction of Tingen City was an inevitable outcome. However, neither Nicola nor Tang had clearly explained the specific plan for how this outcome would be executed. Who was involved, and how it would be carried out. If even one detail changed, even if the result wouldn't change, it would still lead to many things differing from the preset, inevitable, future. Could it be the original witch? As an ancient being who had lived for 1,000 years, seen many people, and witnessed many events, Pales vaguely discerned the problem. "Hey, This isn't just a simple script. Pales thought, the true creator might have been persuaded by that kid to participate in this stage play, but what that kid wants to do is far more than just this. The original witch might just be a smokescreen. At least, I don't think the original witch currently has the ability to shake Tingen City's ritual defense. As a Sequence 1 ritual master, Pales clearly understood the core elements and strength of this grand ritual magic. The original witch could not internally destroy the core of the ritual magic and render it ineffective. So, thinking from the very beginning, the eruption of the sun well involved Amon. Amon's Sequence 1 Beander characteristic and uniqueness were taken by Nicola. Amon and Nicola, and Miskatonic, had a competitive, hostile relationship. Logically, no one would think that Nicola would cooperate with Amon. The eruption of the sun well would simply be Amon's revenge, or he had other schemes. In this, the true creator's intervention to block Error's return undoubtedly confirmed this point. The true creator had always wanted to leave the East Continent. With almost all the Aurora Order's Beyonders being manipulated by Miskatonic behind the scenes, his choice to first destroy Tingen City, shake Error's anchor, and prevent the other party from continuing to control the Aurora Order, was the most reasonable development. For the reasonable development of the drama, and for the story to flow smoothly without any incorrect errors, using various coincidences to gloss over the truth was also a good idea. Amon and Nicola, the two top-tier deceivers, the former blasphemer and the current blasphemer, were putting on a play. They painstakingly performed this double act, and the audience for their play was. Pales's gaze shifted slightly. He looked at the sealing ritual in the sky, which suddenly showed cracks. The sealing ritual had an error, its core knowledge was damaged, and the ritual magic was about to collapse. Hidden Sage. Although the reason was unclear, Tang clearly seemed to have some ideas about the Hidden Sage. So, was this activated peak of the Hermit sequence, whose activation cause was unknown, tricked into entering? What a way to trap and beat a dog. Now the Hidden Sage was hiding beneath the city government, in the core area of the ritual magic. Crack, 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 cracks descended from the sky. The Sunwell's magma, pressing against the barrier, poured into Tingen City through these continuously widening cracks. People watched in horror as the magma overhead fell. When it dripped onto them, they discovered with terror that their bodies were softening. Unlike the buildings, their bodies were gradually transforming into brilliant golden magma. Their spirituality was being corrupted, they were slowly turning into new Sunwell ore. No, no, no. Help. Save me. Ah, 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 I don't want to die. Crack, crack, crack. More and more cracks appeared. The core algorithm supporting the entire sealing ritual was being corrupted and destroyed. With a bang, the translucent, frosted glass-like layer in the sky, which had separated the inside and outside, completely shattered. The spreading magma surged wildly. Tingen City was like a bottomless vortex, causing the mineral magma, erupting from very far away, to scramble towards it. The Sunwell's magma accumulated in the sky, and the Sunwell's magma that had already blocked the escape routes, echoed each other, about to engulf the entire city. Wails and cries resounded incessantly. Pales vanished from his spot. He pulled several people who were about to be assimilated by the magma and threw them towards Street. Peter Hospital. Street. Peter Hospital was also a safe point. Its ritual magic defenses were no weaker than those of Tingen University and the entire Tingen City's ritual magic. After Pales rescued people and left, the Dean of St. Peter Hospital turned her gaze in another direction. There, White Saint Katerina emerged from a mirror, looking at the scene of a living hell. This place fulfills the advancement conditions for calamity. White Saint Katerina sighed as she said this, then softly and melancholically added, "Unfortunately, I don't have the Beander characteristic needed to formulate the Calamity Witch potion." While the Night Watchers, Punishers, and Investigators were racing against time to rescue innocent civilians, large numbers of Tingen City residents who couldn't escape were emitting a brilliant golden light as they came into contact with the Sunwell lava rain falling from the sky. Their flesh, bones, organs, spirituality, and spirit itself were being corroded by the Sunwell ore, liquefying their bodies and becoming part of the Sunwell ore. Sunwell ore is produced from any spiritual being whose spirit and flesh are contaminated. Take the child and hurry away. Daddy, don't leave me, I won't be naughty again, Daddy. In the face of a disaster that could affect the entire city, the desperate rescue efforts of the Night Watchers, Punishers, and investigators alone could not truly prevent the disaster from happening. They could only do their best to save people and stop all of this before the disaster completely engulfed the entire City of Miracles. However, against the pollution of the Sunwell, Beyonders below Sequence 5 were almost no different from ordinary people. Beyonders without divinity found it difficult to resist the assimilation and engulfment of the Sunwell. In fact, their spirituality was richer than that of ordinary people, and the Sunwell ore they transformed into had a higher purity, allowing for more raw ore to be obtained. They were more abundant raw materials for Sunwell mineral transformation. In Tingen City, the most numerous official extraordinary were the investigators of Miskatonic. They dared not underestimate the brilliant golden lava, but mere caution could not completely avoid the pollution of the Sunwell. As the brilliant golden lava fell from the sky and poured in from outside, large quantities of brilliant golden, microscopic dust had already merged into the air, arriving even faster than the Sunwell lava. After Beyonders inhaled this dust, their spirituality changed. The investigators were horrified to discover that their companions were bleeding brilliant golden blood from their eyes, ears, noses, and mouths. These substances, born from the reaction with spirituality, corroded their bodies, transforming flesh into purer and more useful Sunwell ore that could be used by future generations. This was irreversible. In the face of a disaster sufficient to destroy the entire city, only demigods could barely move. For demigod-level Beyonders with divinity, although they would not immediately mutate upon contact with the Sunwell, as they approached the Sunwell lava, the inherent fallen self-confidence of all living beings, which could not be removed from their hearts, began to awaken. All things possess divinity, and the divinity of demigods is particularly powerful, thus they are more severely affected. This was a mutation caused by the influence of the true Creator's divine power. Ordinary demigods could not walk for long periods in areas covered with Sunwell ore at this moment, and the effectiveness of their rescue efforts was greatly reduced. In such a swift catastrophe, some students were swallowed by the Sunwell lava, some workers who toiled desperately every day, and some street food vendors, many people who couldn't escape, were all transformed into the same substance as the Sunwell the moment the frosted glass barrier in the sky shattered. At 47 Gold Rose Street, the elderly landlady who had taken good care of the Moretti family looked at her half-melted body, smiled, and leaned back into the brilliant golden sea of lava, her body disintegrating and turning into glittering golden lava. In the dock area, a middle-aged man who was working hard to unload cargo, intending to buy a pizza for his child that night, looked desperate as he sank into the sea of lava. The lava flowed more and more, faster and faster, apart from a small number of areas with independent defense systems outside the Tingen city government. Both buildings and living beings transformed into part of the Sunwell lava the moment they came into contact with it. In the streets, in shops, inside buildings, the flowing Sunwell lava corroded and polluted everything. Once cooled, they would become the purest, safest, most efficient, and most useful mysticism ore for various purification and exorcism fields. This is the origin of Sunwell ore. A ridiculous, most valuable mysticism ore, manufactured with human flesh and human spirituality as fuel. Above the clock tower, Eamon looked at Nicola beside him, a smile playing on his lips, clearly very satisfied with what he saw, this former blasphemer. So, did the fish he wanted to catch get caught? Yes. Nicola adjusted his black silk top hat, or rather, it's even better than we expected. Besides the hidden sage, we have another gain. Eamon squeezed his monocle, is that so? He withdrew his gaze, still smiling, watching the people crying, suffering, going mad, and roaring. What an interesting scene. Eamon had to admit, it had been a while since he had seen such a sight. As the embodiment of deceit and mischief, Amon couldn't help but regret the long period he spent playing hide-and-seek with Nicola earlier, which made him miss many exciting stories. The former blasphemer and the current blasphemer were silent, quietly overlooking this doomsday-like scene. Some people sacrificed their lives to save others, while some abandoned their loved ones to save themselves. Some people frantically wanted to pull those who had already transformed into sun well or out of the lava, while others pushed those next to them away, hoping only to run faster, and faster still. A vivid tapestry of life was unfolding, with the harsh realities of the world and the ebb and flow of human relationships constantly taking the stage in various story forms, performing for the few spectators present. Amon squeezed his monocle once more. He saw spirit threads flying into the sky, one after another. Were these people alive, or were they marionettes? Was this real, or was it false? Amon was somewhat expectant, wondering what kind of transaction would satisfy him. Don't disappoint me, Tang Eggers. A short while ago, Tingen city government, underground. As a 2 inches level ritual master and a member of the Night Watchers, Pedigree's entry into the city government during the Great Chaos, after passing the ritual magic authentication, did not arouse much suspicion from others. As for him passing through the ritual magic defenses and approaching the core area of the city government, he was stopped by the demigod guarding the place. But that Sequence 4 parasite, and everyone who saw him, had their consciousness thrown into confusion in an instant. By the time the Thief Pathway Sequence 3 deception instructor, stationed in the city government, realized someone had trespassed, it was already too late. Pedigree, this Night Watcher, had killed the other investigators guarding the underground passage. Their brains were destroyed by a massive amount of insane knowledge, brain matter and blood splattered physically, staining the surrounding floor and walls. Even after detaching from the main body, the brain matter continued to wriggle, as if it still had its own vitality and was still trying something. Foul knowledge and insane knowledge spread outwards in a contagious manner, emitting a pollution completely different from Sunwell ore. This is. The investigator captain of the city government's eyes narrowed. He looked at the mayor beside him. The mayor of Tingen City glanced at the slain investigators and whispered to the deception instructor beside him, "Seal this place. Don't let him escape." A breach in the seal, and the investigators guarding here being killed. All of this indicated that someone had broken in, intending to destroy the ritual protecting the entire city. All right. The deception instructor did not understand the mayor's intention. This was clearly a situation where someone had invaded the core sealed area underground, so why seal it instead of going in to confront the invader? But the mayor's order was as such. The mayor of Tingen City was directly appointed by Miskatonic University and was not bound by East Chester County or Backland. Because they were also directly subordinate to Miskatonic University, in Tingen City, unless Mr. Error personally issued an order, the investigators, night watchers, and punishers stationed in Tingen City, within their respective duties, should obey the mayor of Tingen City's orders to the greatest extent possible. He understood one thing. In Tingen City, the most important thing was to obey the instructions of the superior, even if this superior was just an ordinary person who seemed unremarkable and was not a Beander. Therefore, this deception instructor could only solemnly seal off the passage here, then looked at the corpses with exploded heads beside him. These were all investigators who, in his impression, were vibrant and full of vigor. They were his team members, some of whom he had even watched grow from ignorant recruits into experienced veterans. The deception instructor's heart was incredibly complex, but the mayor's next words seemed to freeze his complex emotions in an instant. Throw them outside. Let the sun well or consume them. The deception instructor's expression froze. He quickly looked at the gentle-faced mayor of Tingen City, his expression astonished, and couldn't help but open his mouth. "But, Your Excellency, this." "But they're already contaminated, aren't they?" The mayor of Tingen City gently interrupted the Beander's words, to prevent others from also suffering contamination. Handing their bodies over to the sun well or outside for disposal is the best decision, don't you think? "Your Excellency, how could you?" An investigator excitedly wanted to say something, but was stopped by their captain's raised hand. If this is what you wish, then, according to your will. Through the dark, spiraling downward passage, one ritual magic protection after another kept reporting errors in Pedigree's hands, their core knowledge transforming, disappearing, and being added. This was one of the most core areas of the entire Tingen city. Even for a 2 inches level ritual master, entering without the approval of the mayor of Tingen City or Mr. Error was considered a crime and betrayal. The further Pedigree walked down, the more the twisted, crimson glowing masses emerging from his body flickered and shimmered. The knowledge-possessing Pedigree had already felt the gravitational pull that only Beander characteristics aggregation could possess. Soon, it would be there soon. The Knowledge Emperor's Beander characteristic was below. Pedigree's forehead tore open, his expression showing a momentary pain, but he quickly calmed down. An eye without a pupil wriggled out of his flesh, and as Pedigree descended, illusory eye symbols without eyelashes constantly appeared on the surrounding walls. Following its instincts, in the absence of error and with the true creator and Aemon jointly attacking Tingen, the hidden sage secretly contaminated a seer pathway Beander. Through him, the hidden sage successfully entered the most important core area of Tingen City. He was about to obtain new Beander characteristics, taking another step closer to godhood, closer to the Great Mother. Carrying hope, Pedigree walked down the steps, one by one. The end of this passage to an unknown area was a dark iron door. This iron door was in a sealed state, but how could such a state be difficult for the hidden sage, who was inherently the embodiment of knowledge? The seal quickly swelled from the knowledge inserted by the hidden sage, disintegrating from within. On Pedigree's face, hands, and exposed skin, thin, long cracks appeared, and eyes constantly filled the Night Watcher's skin. Pedigree looked even more in pain. The hidden sage almost unhesitatingly released his power, pushing his endurance to its limit. But this body was already irrelevant. The hidden sage's indifferent gaze, devoid of any emotion, simply wouldn't care about the thoughts of such a Beander of the same pathway. This person, he didn't even have much of the knowledge that the hidden sage had instilled in him. And because of this, the hidden sage's contamination proceeded so smoothly that even he found it too smooth. In Tingen City, the hidden sage's installation could hardly penetrate the divine might of the god kingdom that Error radiated when he was present. The seers in Tingen City had not suffered long-term harm from the hidden sage, so they naturally had low resistance to this kind of spiritual pollution from the knowledge level. Error had made them useless. The hidden sage thought so. He manipulated the Night Watcher's body, which was on the verge of collapse and losing control, and stepped through the black iron door. Inside, was what he had dreamed of. In the empty room, a miniature planet, sparkling like a star, floated. Looking around, on the surface of the miniature planet, one region showed a large amount of brilliant golden matter. A miniature barrier enveloped a small city, covering and isolating it from the inside and outside. This was a 0 inches class sealed artifact of Miskatonic, and it was the Beander characteristic of the Knowledge Emperor, which had been recovered by Miskatonic after Rosal Gustav had turned into the Black Emperor and died. It was right there. The hidden sage detached from Pedigree's body and reached out towards the unguarded, 0 inches class sealed artifact. He took the unguarded, 0 inches class sealed artifact. But suddenly, cackles of, he, came from all directions. He, I finally waited for you. The iron gate leading to the outside closed behind him, and the entire underground room became sealed. It was pitch black in here, even the light generated by the 0 inches class sealed artifact when it was operating dimmed the moment the door closed. Pedigree's left hand churned with flesh and blood. He let out a pained groan as eyes grew out of the exposed flesh. Those eyes searched around, and he saw the 0 inches class sealed artifact that was no longer operating. Despite being a sealed artifact meant to maintain the entire city's defenses, the moment the door closed, and before the hidden sage could take it, it ceased its function, abandoning its role in protecting the entire city. Clearly, this was a deception. This 0 inches class sealed artifact was not the true core of the ritual. Someone wanted to use it to make him willingly step into a trap. He had fallen for it. When the hidden sage realized this, it was evidently too late. After a brief loss of light, mysterious symbols and magical markings suddenly burst forth from the walls. Madness-inducing knowledge surged into his mind with a force even the hidden sage couldn't withstand. Vast amounts of meaningless knowledge, or knowledge imbued with pollution and madness, continuously poured into the hidden sage's mind. He was like those ordinary seer pathway beyonders, now relentlessly pursued by a deluge of knowledge, threatening to burst his head. He who poured knowledge into others was ultimately inundated by knowledge. Those indifferent, emotionless eyes were tinged with pain. Even for the hidden sage, who excelled at imbuing mad knowledge, such a volume of infusion was a burden. It was only a 0 inches class sealed artifact, not the god of craftsmen himself. How could it achieve such a degree of knowledge backflow? He struggled to separate from the body he possessed, disregarding the knowledge emperor's Beander characteristic, attempting to escape from here. If the 0 inches class sealed artifact hadn't been tampered with by error, and if the god of craftsmen, who was at odds with Miskatonic, hadn't personally arrived, then what error had hidden in this room had to be. Just as the hidden sage realized the problem and fled in a panic, triangles with red exclamation marks in their centers appeared one after another on the surrounding walls, floor, and ceiling. No unauthorized exit from this area. In the territory where the Terrance Copper Book is located, no knowledge is allowed to leave in data form without permission. A thin Terrance Copper Book unfolded in a corner where the hidden sage hadn't noticed. Catching a turtle in a jar, closing the door to beat the dog. As part of the historical void image, the Terrance Copper Book, which borrowed the power of the Judge Pathway's uniqueness, and the Nicola clone, who had been guarding here for a long time, combined with the system's preset trap for a double coordinated attack. The symbols flashing on the hidden sage's wall and the silent rules formed by the Terrance Copper Book bounced back. Behind him, the Miskatonic University's 0 inches class sealed artifact suddenly lit up, transforming into clusters of data light, illuminating the entire basement. In the corner, a young man wearing a black silk top hat and a matching tailcoat took off his hat and bowed to the hidden sage. "Greetings, hidden sage. I am Nicholas Flamel. It's a pleasure to have you visit, though I imagine you, having only sent a clone, probably didn't expect to see me here." The hidden sage here was not the main body. As the Hermit Pathway's uniqueness, showing signs of activation due to the fallen mother goddess's contamination, he might not be clever enough, but he was not foolish when it came to his own safety. The hidden sage was cautious and did not infiltrate Tingan City in his true form, which was within Tang and Nicola's expectations. However, what would happen to the hidden sage's clone, now in error's hands, was something the hidden sage would surely not want to know. This was an opportunity. Whether to take the risk was entirely up to the hidden sage. Clearly, Tang had gambled correctly. Even if the hidden sage's main body hadn't come, a rather important clone had. Perfecting oneself and becoming a Sequence Zero hermit was an instinct etched into the Beander characteristics of every angel king. He lost his gamble, he was trapped here. The hidden sage remained silent, merely expanding himself. He used the mad knowledge carried by the clone, intending to destroy this place and escape before error and that thing could react. The Judge Pathway's rule restriction was, cannot leave here without permission. So, if the entire area serving as the rule's domain was destroyed, the rule would naturally be broken. As one of the pinnacles of the two knowledge sequences, the hidden sage naturally understood this principle. He also deeply understood the principle of not talking nonsense if it could be avoided, especially in front of error. In Tingan City, the longer it dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. Even if error's main body wasn't here, and even if what was before him was just a Sequence 4 clone. But you lost from the very beginning. Nicola had no intention of acting himself. He put his hat back on, spread his hands, and smiled as he retreated a few steps. Clearly, Nicola was not the main force. The hidden sage immediately had a bad premonition. He hadn't forgotten that besides the hidden sage, there were other things here. Let's collect some interest for now. The system was still diligently working, remembering that its host's main quest hadn't been completed yet. Main quest. Recover the Sequence 1 Beander characteristics and uniqueness of the Hermit and Perfector pathways. The God of Craftsmen would be dealt with last. As for this side, since its host couldn't deal with it right now, it would do the honors. Oh, who called it a good system? As the hidden sage expanded and contracted, his hidden knowledge threatening to spread out and directly blow up the Tinghan city government's basement, he suddenly felt something new inside him, and then he heard a ding. System binding complete. Starting to load the many children, many blessings, good pregnancy in pairs system. System loading complete. You have successfully bound this system. The next moment, the scarlet on the hidden sage's body erupted violently. Knowledge continuously birthed and then died after birth, being rapidly absorbed by some entity within his body. He froze. Inside his body, an unformed embryo made of knowledge had appeared at some unknown time. That embryo was smiling at him. The hidden sage had no skin, no sweat. His self-awareness, born from the power of the Great Mother, softened uncontrollably upon encountering such a fetus born from the Great Mother's power. Soften what? The hidden sage felt he had been deceived. By the time he reacted, his body expanded and contracted, then contracted and expanded. Nicola retreated to the corner. This pinnacle of the seer pathway was heading towards destruction under the influence of pain and the constantly erupting power within his body. System binding complete. Starting to load the blessings and misfortunes intertwined. Good luck continues, system. Your bad luck is my good luck. All the expanding knowledge was absorbed by the fetus. After failing to destroy this area, his attempt to replace his main body with duplicates in other parts of Tinghan City also went awry. Low probability events were magnified. The hidden sage then discovered that he, along with all his duplicates created in Tinghan City and its vicinity over the past few days, were all involuntarily converging towards this location. Beander characteristic aggregation. This thing had a strong aggregation tendency. The hidden sage was terrified. Knowledge wilderness. Too late. The system's voice rang out within the hidden sage's body. Everything was flowing towards the system, which had already merged with the hidden sage through the parasite's parasitism. Oh, how would the main system and host praise it? So hard to guess. Outside Tinghan City, a colossal black curtain descended from the sky, enveloping the entire city. Nicola stood mid-air, gazing at the distant area, which was affected by the true Creator's power and isolated from inside and out. The rain in the sky continued to fall, carrying a hint of coolness. To keep up appearances, Nicola had stayed in Trier, Intis, for a long time. Only when he sensed that something was wrong in Tinghan City did he rush back. Then, he encountered the true Creator, who was ambushing outside, cooperating with Amon to stall him. Nicola adjusted his black silk top hat. In this world generated by error, on the ground not far away, viscous black liquid continuously writhed, and impure, corrupted, mad things emanated madness. This was a temporary body created by the true Creator's divinity in the North Continent infecting a marionette. To make it look real, the true Creator and Nicola did indeed fight, but after Nicola dragged this mud-like thing into his divine kingdom, the true Creator quieted down. It seemed the fate that Tang had given the true Creator when he went to the forsaken land of the gods had worked well. Indeed, such a plan, besides the hidden sage, also caught a big fish. Nicola swept his gaze over the viscous, liquid-like substance, then looked beyond this kingdom composed of error. Outside Error's kingdom, in a corner close to the black curtain enveloping Tinghan City, a twisted, mad, cursed-smelling, grotesque giant tree, growing from the earth with branches covered in living human bodies and Beander creature corpses, rose from the ground. This black monstrous tree, filled with madness and distortion, grew silently there, almost blending into the dark surroundings. Ordinary people would only discover such an incomprehensible, utterly twisted thing growing here if they got close. Nicola lowered his eyes, looking at this thing that was presumably trying to help the true Creator, who had not fully escaped the forsaken land of the gods, and stall him. The divine abomination, Suer. From the south continent, He escaped from a host of Sequence 2 and Sequence 1 Beyonders, then from the Restraint faction of the Rose School, fleeing to the North Continent. He was a follower of the Primordial Moon and the Desire Mother Tree. A Sequence 1 Divine Abomination, one of the Desire Mother Tree's most important representatives on this planet. And the Hidden Sage was trapped inside Tingan City, while Suer guarded outside Tingan City. Did the Fallen Mother Goddess and the Desire Mother Tree have a brief cooperation? Was this outcome a result of the Fallen Mother Goddess attempting to influence the Hidden Sage, who had mutated due to the Mother Nest? I didn't expect such a play to not only attract the Hidden Sage but also this thing. It's an unexpected surprise. This kingdom of error isolated internal and external connections. Nicola deliberately created such an error to prevent the performance from being exposed to the guys watching. Clearly, his choice was correct. While they were waiting for the true creator and himself to fight it out and determine a winner, Nicola was already preparing to catch Suer off guard. After all, he and Suer hadn't seen each other for a long time. When friends come from afar, they naturally need to be entertained. Nicola's lips curved slightly, seemingly very satisfied with the current situation. He withdrew his gaze from the dirty thing outside and refocused on the corrupted, fallen entity silently serving as a backdrop in the divine kingdom constructed entirely by error. Compared to the divine abomination, your condition is truly good. True creator. There's no need to compare like that. He felt insulted, but had no proof. So, the true creator's voice was deep and hoarse. Even just hearing this deity's voice, which had descended into the real world through some special means, was enough to turn a Beyonder without divinity into a monster on the spot. Has your goal been achieved? Half of it. There are some other minor objectives, but you don't need to participate. Nicola nodded, preparing to retract this divine kingdom created to deceive the Desire Mother Tree and the divine abomination, Suer. These guys probably all thought he and the true creator were locked in a fierce battle, and perhaps they were also wary of Nicola. As the highest authority of deception, Nicola's deceptive abilities were no worse than Amon's once were. He could do what Amon could. Who knew if Nicola would team up with the true creator to first clear out their pawns? However, despite such a possibility, they were not overly prepared. At this level, the divine abomination, Suer, under the protection of the Desire Mother Tree, could not die so easily. The Desire Mother Tree outside the barrier was hoping for her desired outcome, and she couldn't extend her reach too far at the moment. This was the instinctive reaction of all highly intelligent beings. This instinctive reaction was greatly magnified by the Miracle Worker's amplification ability, further aided by the most top-tier quill, whose every word could pierce one's heart. Therefore, they were subconsciously about to be caught off guard by Nicola. Confined to appearances, there isn't much one can see. Nicola's sneak attack caught the divine abomination, Suer, off guard. From the moment error vanished from his divine kingdom to the moment error appeared before him, stuffing all sorts of chaotic pollution, madness, and Beyonder abilities into his every branch and arm, only a single breath of time had passed. The divine abomination, Suer, was heavily wounded before she could even react. She fled in a hurry, suffering another injury during her escape. Nicola took the opportunity to steal a portion of an ancient evil Beyonder characteristic, while the pollution from future fate on her body worsened once again. Her mind, filled with curses, mutations, and monstrous thoughts from her frantic escape, couldn't comprehend why the struggle between the true creator and error had ended so swiftly, with error emerging unscathed. But even when error first severely injured the divine abomination, Suer, stuffing an unknown amount of purification, exorcism, and polluting power into her body, she still fled very quickly. The power belonging to the Desire Mother Tree in her body contracted to its core, expelling the error clones parasitic within her, throwing out all the mutated and maddened time worm clones, and then blowing up half of her own body into countless curses and mutations, before disappearing without a trace. What a pity. Nicola unhurriedly adjusted his attire, not letting the battle ruin his image. After putting away the separated ancient evil Beyonder characteristic, He looked towards Tingen City again. This performance should end now. Inside Tingen City, except for a few locations like Tingen University, Khoi University, and St. Peter Hospital, the vast expanse of brilliant golden lava engulfed most streets, buildings, and countless ordinary people who were caught by the sun well or lava and couldn't be rescued or reach a safe zone in time. In the face of such a disaster, no one could escape. The dead became part of the lava, while the living stared blankly at this dreamlike reality. This isn't real, is it? A young man, who had been in school during the day and joked with his parents after returning home, rubbed his eyes, his legs trembling, his gaze unfocused, as he looked at the world that was like day in the middle of the night, muttering to himself. Why did this happen? A husband who had lost his wife pounded the ground with his fist, his eyes closed, his lips trembling, unable to shed a single tear. We were so close to saving enough to open our first pastry shop. Why did this happen? Why did this happen? Mr. Error, why didn't Mr. Error respond? This was a young investigator who had recited Mr. Error's honorific name in a moment of crisis, but Mr. Error had not responded. My child, where are you? Do you miss mommy? Mommy is here, come back quickly, mommy is here. This was a mother who had lost her child. Some stood dazed, tears involuntarily sliding from the corners of their eyes. A wife clutched her husband's arm, shaking him frantically. My child. My child. He hasn't come up yet. He hasn't come up yet. An old man looked at the golden world before him, he swayed and stood up, only to fall powerlessly back to the ground. Everything had been fine just a moment ago, everything was still fine. A tremendous sense of absurdity dominated these survivors, and a question involuntarily arose in everyone's mind. Why did it suddenly become like this? Why did it become like this? Is this real? No, this isn't real. This is a dream, this is a dream. Klein, whose spirituality was almost exhausted, watched the old man staggeringly stand up again. He saw the man walk step by step towards the window, his pupils slightly dilated, and he took a step forward. Don't. To everyone's surprise, the old man opened the window and jumped out without hesitation. Klein ran to the window, watching the old man hit the ground, blood, internal organs, red and white, splattering everywhere, turning into a lifeless mass of flesh. He watched with his own eyes as the old man died before him, his pupils trembling, his lips quivering. Klein turned back, looking somewhat helplessly at the others there. Almost all the demigods had gone out, supporting and rescuing ordinary people still struggling in the sun-well lava around Tingen City. The Beyonders, investigators, night watchers, and punishers who remained in the safe zone were all below demigod level, some even just newcomers, merely Sequence 9, students still studying at Miskatonic. Those behind Klein also looked back with blank expressions, seemingly completely unprepared for such an occurrence. They lacked too much experience, and with their spirituality almost exhausted and their mental state stretched to the limit, they couldn't even react to the abnormality of the situation itself. That old man's emotions were not right. There was an extraordinary power at work here. As the first person leapt from the high-rise, a second, a third, a fourth followed, people constantly choosing to end their lives due to numbness, pain, and inability to cope. Someone finally reacted at this moment, pulling people, forcing them back to safe places. The safe zone was no longer safe. The barrier that could defend against sun well or lava could not prevent people from actively seeking death by suicide. But they're all dead, all dead. They struggled desperately, and a great despair continued to spread. In this city of miracles, an evil god was feeding flowers, soon to be born from flesh and blood, with blood and pain. The demigod guarding the safe zone noticed the anomaly here. It's the true creator. The demigod quickly set up a ritual to remove the influence brought by a true god's divinity. Even if the true creator did not target these ordinary people, his very existence was a huge source of pollution. Regardless of whether they had made contact with this deity, within the range of his power and authority, the inherent depravity in everyone's hearts had already begun to awaken. But how did his divinity get in? Tingen City had always been sensitive to the invasion of evil god powers. Before the incident at the Sunwell mining area, the evil god's pawns had been well behaved under the nose of Mr. Error. The powerful barriers established in all safe zones were even more effective in preventing the invasion of evil god powers to the greatest extent. How did the true creator pollute these people, only to erupt when despair reached a critical point? The remaining demigod gritted his teeth, trying to analyze the reason for this possibility. Before the ritual magic was activated and thoroughly removed the mental pollution left by the true creator's divinity, malice was swelling, negative emotions were rising, and when they encountered the last straw, these people who had lost loved ones in the disaster, like dumplings falling into a pot, one after another, plunged to the ground, becoming blood-red flowers blooming on the earth. Klein and several investigators and punishers managed to control many people, but there were more whose minds were clearly not right, though for now, they were still under control. Until a stooped old man appeared before Klein. Klein's expression froze, and he instinctively blurted out, "Old Neil." Old Neil was the Night Watcher's logistics personnel. After Leonard Mitchell was parasitized by Amon, causing the Night Watcher's station in Tingen City to require extensive repairs, Old Neil happily took his salary and returned to his residence, telling Klein that elderly people needed good rest. But now, this exceptionally disheveled Beander, who could be considered Klein's teacher, appeared before him in such a state. Old Neil's once agile, now cloudy eyes, swept over Klein, and he muttered to himself, "Pedigree, he's gone. He left for some reason, how strange, why would he leave? He shouldn't have left, didn't he say we'd have a good dinner tonight? Where did he go? What happened to him? I can't find him, I can't find him." Klein pounced, pinning down old Neil, who was trying to walk out of the safe zone to look for someone, which would inevitably result in him falling from the building and becoming a blooming blood-red flower. Old Neil was tackled to the ground by Klein, he let out a wail, and at that moment, blood-red tears flowed from his eyes. He struggled desperately, with such force that Klein almost couldn't hold him down. But it wasn't just old Neil's mental state that was problematic. Flesh was peeling away, and on old Neil's arms, legs, and face, eyes were growing wildly within his flesh. Klein noticed old Neil's abnormality, and his heart trembled. "Old Neil. He's. Old Neil's lips split open, and Klein could see torn wounds appearing inside old Neil's mouth, filled with emotionless, indifferent eyes. At this moment, Klein saw those eyes. Those eyes also saw Klein. In that instant, Klein's mind exploded, and a massive amount of maddening knowledge poured into his brain. This was knowledge seeks person, countless meaningless pieces of knowledge frantically filled every inch and corner of Klein's brain. Klein shrieked, clutching his head in extreme pain. He could feel his heart beating to its limit, and his spiritual intuition was frantically warning him. If he did nothing, then the only outcome awaiting him would inevitably be. Cannot lose control, cannot lose control, cannot lose control. Absolutely, cannot lose control. As Klein's brain exploded, he struggled immensely, trying to do something through his connection with the mysterious space above the gray mist. In extreme pain, he managed to do the only thing he could do with a sliver of sanity. He recited the honorific name of the fool. He succeeded. Vaguely, Klein seemed to see an endless gray fog, a magnificent palace above the gray fog, and within the magnificent palace, shrouded by the gray fog, sat one crimson star after another and blurred figures. His thoughts paused for a moment, and with a dong, a massive bell rang in Klein's mind. His thoughts and the pouring madness of knowledge slightly halted. The demigod, having noticed the anomaly, had already detected old Neil's problem and arrived. Hidden Sage. The demigod, who had just cleared the true creator's divine pollution, had a somewhat distorted expression. He appeared in front of Klein and directly grabbed old Neil. Old Neil screamed, his flesh peeling away, revealing blood vessels, organs, and bones filled with maddening knowledge. His cloudy eyes unconsciously shed tears, and he seemed to be calling for help. "Save him, he's in the underground of Tingen City. Save him, Hidden Sage, he's here." Klein endured the pain as if his brain had been hit by 10,000 hammers, and he grasped what was hidden in Old Neil's words. Old Neil, the hidden sage, has come to Tingen City. The hidden sage, a vivified concept revered by the Moses ascetic order. He had appeared in Tingen City amidst this catastrophe. Old Neil's brain, which was writhing in pain, was about to nod when he convulsed again. The demigod was startled, and by the time he reacted, it was too late. When he tried to control Old Neil again, Old Neil suddenly giggled foolishly. His words resounded directly in Klein's and the demigod's minds. I heard it, I heard it. Tingen City is a deception, a huge deception serving only one person. Ha 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 ha, everyone is a player in the show, everyone is a puppet woven by fate. His head suddenly spun 360 degrees, his spine shattering, his gaze fixed on Klein. Everything is because of. Old Neil suddenly froze, his gaze unfocused. The demigod and Klein struggled to recover from the knowledge-seeks person state. They saw Dunn Smith appear there at some point, pulling the already out-of-control Old Neil into a dream. Just in time. Dunn smiled slightly at Klein, a few drops of blood dripping down his cheek. As the blood dropped to the ground, a faint golden hue flashed past. The demigod once again controlled the now out-of-control Old Neil. He looked at Dunn, frowning. Captain Smith, your body. Dunn Smith had just uttered a word when, behind him, a pregnant woman had silently walked over at some unknown time. Both the demigod and Dunn felt an inexplicable shiver. They abruptly looked at the pregnant woman. You, my child, he said, he misses his father a little. The pregnant woman smiled faintly, her slender limbs and unnaturally bulging belly, like that of an 8-month pregnancy, looking exceptionally strange and grotesque. Dunn's expression changed, and the demigod instantly made his move. One worm after another, each with 12 segments, drilled into the pregnant woman's belly, attempting to control the clearly abnormal fetus. Unexpectedly, as soon as the worms drilled into the pregnant woman's belly, her expression changed. She horrifyingly split her mouth into a grin, and a baby's tiny hand reached out from her oral cavity. You want to harm my child. You want to harm my child. What in the world is this thing? The out-of-control Old Neil went berserk once more when the pregnant woman lost control. His limbs began to lengthen. The thoughts and spirituality that Dunn had dragged into the dream, at the moment this abnormal pregnant woman appeared, seemed to revive the most depraved and darkest ideas within him, breaking free from the soul man's beyonder ability to pull people into dreams, and his spirit returned to the real world. The parasite guarding this place therefore had to divert some of his energy to suppress the mutated Old Neil. If it were just a normal Sequence 9 losing control, he would certainly not be in such dire straits. But the hidden sage combined with the true creator, even if their states were both off, and currently seemed to only possess their titles without corresponding power, he still dared not underestimate them. Perhaps, with a moment's carelessness, he would die here. Call for backup, Klein. Hurry. Dunn faced the heavily pregnant woman, his expression grave, intending to pull this strange pregnant woman into the dream and pacify the obviously bizarre infant. Klein wiped the sweat that already covered his face, and without any hesitation, used his clown skills to quickly bypass the pregnant woman, who was temporarily controlled by both Dunn and the parasite, as well as the out-of-control Old Neil. Faster. Must be faster. Klein ran out of the room, heading quickly towards where he remembered the other official extraordinary personnel were located. There might still be demigods who had returned to Tingen University for rest, but it was too large, and the disaster happened quickly. Most of the places where these Tingen City residents were housed were large lecture halls with ample space. Those high-level student sequence beyonders who brought people back, in order to save time, generally just dropped them off and left, which also led to the beyonders still within Tingen University being very spread out. The people in their teaching building must be evacuated, they couldn't let the captain and that demigod be hesitant when fighting. To Klein's relief, someone had already noticed something was wrong. The other ordinary people still alive in this building had left with the help of the investigators who were more familiar with the place. But when Klein leapt from the second floor to seek help elsewhere, his spiritual intuition suddenly stirred. In midair, he instinctively turned his head and glanced at the place he had just jumped from. At the stairs, a figure was slowly walking up. That person was wearing a double-breasted pure black clerical robe, a soft cap, dark gold hair, distinct facial features, and one blind eye. Who is he? Why is he going upstairs at this time? His spiritual intuition was triggered, and Klein suddenly recalled a portrait he had once seen. A portrait of this man. The Black Knight Church's renegade archbishop, in Zangwil. His body landed on the first floor, rolling a few times before stopping his overly shocked, blank-brained body that had to roll to dissipate force. Around him was an unconcealable scent of blood. The blood splattered by those who jumped from above due to the true creator's divinity stained Klein with an unremovable bloody smell. After Klein stabilized his body, he quickly raised his head. The figure in the clerical robe paused slightly as he passed the stairwell. He glanced in Klein's direction, then withdrew his gaze, continuing calmly upstairs. Enemy. Klein realized this very clearly. But why would the Black Knight Church's renegade appear here? Why would he appear here? How did he get in? What is he going upstairs to do? Is there something upstairs that this renegade needs? Is it the parasite? Is it Dunn Smith? Is it old Neil? Or is it the pregnant woman carrying the divine child? Klein's mind was already struggling. The severe consumption of his spirituality and the recent madness from knowledge-seek's person had left his thoughts in a stagnant, dull state. But his subconscious reaction was still quick. Find someone, he must find someone. He couldn't deal with beyonders of this level. Even if he went back, it would only be like a lamb entering a tiger's mouth, only delaying for a short while, and perhaps ultimately becoming a meaningless sacrifice. To save them, he could only find a Beyander capable enough to intervene in this matter, no matter who it was. Klein could only hope that, as the yellow-black king who controls good luck, he truly had some good luck at this moment. However, this might just be a self-deceiving fantasy. Klein hadn't run a few steps forward, and before he could react, a heavy object fell from the sky, smashing directly in front of him. No, that wasn't a heavy object, but the person Klein had just seen. The person crashed to the ground, blood splattering, and one after another, filthy, translucent time worms squirmed half-dead on the ground. This was the demigod guarding this place. He was spitting blood foam, and one after another, time worms that could drive people insane crawled half-dead from his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. The mysterious patterns on his body were dim and dull, and the filthy power was palpable even to Klein, who didn't understand the true creator. Run! The parasite's voice was incredibly weak. Klein, however, had no time to respond to the parasite's words. He raised his head and saw black threads spreading throughout the room they had just been in. Some people were being pulled out of that classroom by these thin black threads. Their expressions were calm, their eyes closed, clearly having received the protection of pacification, being safely escorted out of the deadly area. These were ordinary people, sent out by the captain using some method. But along with those countless quiet thin threads, there were also transparent tentacles like torrents of knowledge. Those tentacles were covered with cold, emotionless eyes without eyelashes, and old Neil's voice echoed in everyone's minds, filled with malice and curses, full of the desire to instill his own thoughts into others. Find him, find him, find him. This seemed to be old Neil's last obsession. Losing control caused this elderly Beyander to transmit a curse of knowledge to all living beings around him in a way that ordinary people could not bear. Following old Neil, there were even more vicious and insane curses. Child. My child. You want to kill my child. Klein's brain buzzed once more, as if sinking into endless chaos. His thoughts were quickly soothed by a calming force. Klein raised his head and saw Dunn Smith leaning by the window. This calm and collected Night Watcher's captain was just as Klein had always seen him, with a slightly poor memory, but he had always been the steadfast pillar in the hearts of every Night Watcher's member, always the reliable and trustworthy captain. Klein opened his mouth. Dunn Smith was holding something in his hand, quietly looking at Klein. Captain. Klein realized something and yelled like a madman, wanting to attract the attention of others, wanting to obtain possible, or impossible, assistance. Dunn noticed Klein. He turned his head and opened his mouth, as if to say something. However, before he could speak, two masses of power that had been in the room, fighting against the calming force, pressed down on him. Dunn was carried by this immense force out of the classroom and fell downwards. "My child. You absolutely cannot harm my child. Find him, Captain, you can do it, can't you? Find him. Why would the hidden sage want to harm him? Why would he harm him?" Black threads extending from the object Dunn was holding pierced into his body, drawing out his spirituality. He brought the object to his chest, then embraced old Neil and the pregnant woman with both arms. Black threads also pierced into their bodies. The out-of-control old Neil's expression gradually became blank and dull, and the pregnant woman, from whose mouth an infant's head emerged, gradually softened her expression. A calming force, with Dunn as its core, rapidly spread outwards. They fell towards the ground. At this moment, it was silent here. The ultimate destination is peace. Dunn silently opened his mouth, his eyelids drooping during the rapid descent. The rapid loss of spirituality and blood made it difficult for him, as a sequence 6, to maintain his spirit. But he still had the strength to fight, still able to make old Neil and the strange pregnant woman fall into a complete slumber using a sealed artifact. That was enough. That was enough. In the direction Dunn was falling, above Klein's head, a pitch-black door, as if connecting to another world, slowly, silently opened. At the location where they had originally fallen out, Ince Zangwill, with short dark gold hair, wearing a clerical robe, and one blind eye, watched it all. In his hand, an ordinary quill was frantically writing something. Klein realized something. He clenched a stone in his hand, then, expending his last bit of strength, threw it, hitting the slowly opening door from the underworld. "Captain." It was a raw sun well ore, a gift from the people of Lamb Town when Klein went there earlier. The sun well ore hit the door, and then, mad, sun-worshipping praises emanated from the door outwards. Inside the door, the pitch-black environment was suddenly illuminated by a light similar to the sun well's magma pressing outside Tingen University, also carrying sacred, purifying, and mad connotations. "Praise the sun! Praise the sun! Praise the sun! Let us praise the sun!" The pen in Ince Zangwill's hand also stopped precisely at this moment. As the pregnant woman embraced by Dunn emptied her belly, and as the baby's cries rang out, Klein's heart stopped. His mouth was slightly open, and his internal organs, along with blood foam, overflowed from his mouth. Divinity, supreme divinity had descended. Upon this fertile ground, filled with despair and suffering, that satisfied the growth of evil gods, the true Creator's divinity transformed from the ethereal world into a truly existing divine child. The hidden sage's avatar system had been fully recovered, and the massive curtain created by the true Creator began to crumble after Error's return. The brilliant golden city reappeared before the world, and the tremors of the earth were felt even in Backland, 1,000 miles away. The light that illuminated the entire sky attracted the attention of all Beyonders and various forces around. There was a problem in Tingen City. The leaders of the official extraordinary and secret orders all watched from afar. They did not approach rashly. Error itself was one of the Beyonders at the top of the pyramid, walking on Earth, so they naturally would not easily seek trouble. The Black Knight Church was an exception. A lady in a simple robe, with a bark belt, and bare feet, emerged from the darkness and looked at the brilliant golden city with Error. The tremors of the earth quickly subsided, and the brilliant golden light that reached the sky also returned to its usual tranquility in a short while. With Error's return, the brilliant golden sun well or magma, which had dissolved countless ordinary citizens of Tingen City, subsided. Under the pull of a powerful force, they began to flow backward, flowing into the distance. As the magma receded, the once prosperous city was now almost unrecognizable. Nicola walked step by step on the street. Ariana, the leader of the Black Knight Church's ascetics, also looked at such a world. Tingen City was in ruins. Mr. Flammel. After a long silence, Ariana spoke. What exactly happened? Nicola was silent for a moment, then turned to look at the leader of the Black Knight Church's ascetics. He said calmly, "The true creator, Amon, and the hidden sage jointly attacked Tingen City." The true creator, Amon, and the hidden sage. Ariana frowned, doubts arising in her heart, but Nicola no longer paid attention to Ariana. His body became ethereal and disappeared from where he stood. At the same time, inside Tingen University, Nicola, wearing a black silk top hat and matching tailcoat, with a calm expression, appeared here. He saw several corpses, saw old Neil's wide eyes, saw Megos's flattened abdomen, and saw Dunsmith's cold body. He saw Klein Moretti lying on the ground, his heart caved in. Nicola lowered his eyes, no longer looking at these people, and his figure disappeared again. This time, he appeared on the clock tower. The view here was open, almost allowing a clear view of the entire Tingen City. Except for a few special locations that were not eroded by the Sunwell ore, most of Tingen City's buildings had been destroyed by the Sunwell's magma. The dead were dead, and the entire city was almost razed to the ground. There were remnants of Air's power in this clock tower, which was why it was spared. The brilliant golden light in the sky was gradually fading, and a touch of fish belly white appeared on the horizon. The sun had risen. Today was a new day. Chapter 354, 353 What is a miracle? This Spirit World Express train's departure station is Tingen City, and its destination is Black Vortex Town. Passengers who have not yet boarded, please do so as soon as possible. The train is about to depart. Passengers who have not yet boarded, please do so as soon as possible. A train, extremely rich in steampunk aesthetics, slowly started with a whoosh of its whistle, parked in the western suburbs of Tingen City. Inside the train, the few boarding passengers were sparse and very silent, with almost no one speaking. This was the last Spirit World Express train departing from Tingen City, with its destination being Black Vortex Town, a place almost no one had heard of, seemingly a world after death. Outside the window was a devastated world, destroyed by the Sunwell's lava after the Sunwell mining area went out of control. Amidst the ruins, the figure standing among them was incredibly small. Mr. Air stood at the center of this scarred city, watching the Spirit World Express train slowly start and depart into the distance. Sitting in their seats, their expressions somewhat dazed, people looked out the window at the world as the train moved with the whoosh of its whistle. This was the city they were familiar with, yet also remarkably strange. The former prosperity was no more, leaving only desolation everywhere. So many people died. Yes, so many people really died. But why were they still alive? The departing train left Tingen City, traversing into the spirit world, passing through a world of superimposed ink-colored blocks, upside down and inside out, heading towards a space deep within the spirit world, surrounded by boundless gray fog and distorted time and space. When the train slowly stopped, what came into view was a small and exquisite-looking platform. There was a sign on the platform, written in a distorted ancient Hermes. Destination: Black Vortex Town. In Black Vortex Town, which contained the element of a vortex, there were already quite a few people. They were either confused or disbelieving, some were crying with their faces covered, while others held their relatives and friends, experiencing mental breakdowns, appearing utterly out of control. The train stopped at the Black Vortex Town station. After the passengers disembarked, they looked at this small town located by the sea, and they found familiar figures among them. Old Neil raised his hand, blocking the somewhat warm, yet slightly false, sunlight falling from the sky. It was like a sun drawn by someone, appearing somewhat deliberate, blurry, and distorted, not forming a perfect circle. He narrowed his eyes, seemingly still unaccustomed to his current state. His thoughts returned to a short while ago. Because the hidden sage had passed through the defenses constructed by error and entered Tingen City, all beyonders of the seer pathway were affected by the peak power of that sequence. Old Neil, whose mind was already weakening due to age, was particularly affected. Under the hidden sage's violent knowledge infusion, and while worrying about Pedigree's current state, He, being influenced by the highest-ranking individual of his sequence, inevitably lost control and transformed into a monster. When he was about to attack Dun, the latter used a Grade 1 sealed artifact from behind Charnus Gate to reverse control him, which prevented his loss of control from causing greater casualties. But in the end, someone ambushed him and that strange pregnant woman. As the chaotic and mad consciousness quieted down, old Neil vaguely felt as if he had experienced a very long dream. He could no longer recall what had happened in the dream, his memory had become blurred. When he woke up again, he found himself in a place that was both strange and familiar. The Spirit World Express train, a mystical giant developed by Miskatonic, assisted by various ritual magic, traveling through the spirit world. This colossal steam-colored behemoth was covered with hundreds of magical powers, capable of freely traversing the spirit world, almost fearless of any unique creatures within it. It was Miskatonic's most grand and outstanding mystical creation in nearly 1,000 years. Old Neil, shocked as to why he was sitting there, looked around. Tingen City outside the window was riddled with holes, and he was unfamiliar with the passengers on the train, but his spiritual intuition told him that these people were perhaps all those who had sacrificed themselves in Tingen City. What's going on? What exactly happened? Resurrection of the dead? Or was all of this just another one of his dreams? Is this what those who lost control saw? Upon arriving and disembarking from the platform, old Neil further discovered that their destination was teeming with people, all looking bewildered. He also saw Dun and several Beyonders from the Punishers whom he recognized. What happened? Old Neil. Dun frowned, and the wrinkles on his forehead slowly smoothed out when he saw old Neil appear there. He sighed, I don't know what happened either, but it's good that you're all right. Perhaps Mr. Flammel returned in time. Someone recognized the people around them, who all seemed to be those who had died in that catastrophe. The only explanation for such a situation was that Mr. Error had returned in time, suppressed the pollution of the Sunwell ore, and protected all of them. After all, Mr. Error was not a cold angel, all the investigators genuinely respected this ancient angel. A Miskatonic investigator speculated optimistically. After confirming his safety, he looked at his surroundings, paused slightly, and said to Dun with some uncertainty, this place, I seem to have seen it before when I was taking the professional ritual magic level test. In other words, this place belongs to an area under Miskatonic's jurisdiction. And these people, I remember I should have been dissolved by the lava produced by the Sunwell ore. The investigator looked at his palm, finding no trace of dissolution. Now that you mention it, indeed, in that situation, it's impossible to be so completely unharmed. Another Beyonder also examined his body, saying with some surprise, indeed, there's no trace of injury, nor any signs of mutation after showing signs of losing control. Everything seemed to be just a fleeting dream, and after the dream, nothing had happened, and the world would continue to operate as it always had. All of this seemed to point to one thing: someone had protected them, preventing them from dying in that catastrophe. This must have been done by Mr. Error. Mr. Error. Someone saw a figure appear among them and excitedly called out. The young man, wearing a black silk top hat and a matching tailcoat, turned his head to look at Dun and old Neil. Mr. Error, what happened? How is Tingen City? As the Night Watcher's captain in Tingen City, Dun quickly stepped forward a few paces, deftly bypassing several others who wanted to question Mr. Error, and approached him. He desperately wanted to know if Tingen City and his teammates were safe, especially Klein. He hadn't found Klein here. Did that mean everything is perfect? The story of Tingen City has ended. You all did well. Did well. Dun's pupils dilated for a moment. He realized something, and his gaze towards Nicola suddenly became uncertain and surprised. You. Nicola's gaze swept over Dun and old Neil, not giving Dun a chance to speak, but instead asked with a smile, what do you think a miracle is? To this sudden question, Dun found it hard to keep up with Nicola's jumping thoughts. Nicola clearly wasn't looking for their answer either. For the city of miracles, the resurrection of the dead and the reappearance of the past are miracles. Tingen City is still the safest city. Everything that happened was merely an incorrect history caused by incorrect errors, nothing more. But Mr. Error, you. Dong. A melodious bell, as if from the most ancient times, rang above Black Vortex Town. In the town center of Black Vortex Town, a gigantic vortex began to spin on the surface of Sphere Lake. A gate, seemingly capable of devouring everything, emerged from above the vortex. In everyone's mind, a voice appeared. Leave this place, enter the gate, and go to a new world. The gate slowly opened, revealing the vast universe and countless stars. Among the stars, two azure planets stood opposite each other, pulling each other, treating each other as their satellites and rotating around them. They coexisted, seemingly identical, beautiful and magnificent. This is. Old Neil murmured, seeing a familiar figure inside the gate. Ah. Old Neil suddenly came to his senses, as if realizing something. His wife had passed away a long time ago. They had no children their entire lives. An old man with a gentle smile on his face smiled at old Neil from the other side of the door. There was their home, the Tingan city that had never been destroyed. Old Neil also smiled, and together with the others, walked towards the gate in the center of Black Vortex Town. In a trance, Dunn seemed to see Tingan City, Blackthorn Security Company, his parents, and his deceased teammates. His thoughts became chaotic, and everything was undergoing unknown changes. Inside and outside the door, Tingan City outside the door, and another planet inside the door, separated by what seemed like an eternal distance, gradually overlapped. All incorrect errors, the embodiment of fallacies and loopholes. Whether it was Dunn, Old Neil, or every Beander and ordinary person who died in the Tingan City catastrophe, their perceptions gradually became erroneous under the guidance of Mr. Error. They transformed everything that happened in Tingan City into a long dream they had experienced. Tingan City was still Tingan City, the area where they lived had never changed. People lived and worked in peace, and Beyonders performed their duties diligently. The Night Watchers were still the Night Watchers, those who protected everything amidst danger and madness. Thus, the story of Tingan City officially drew to a close. The prologue has ended, and a new story is about to take the stage. With the help of Alisuhad's quill, the story of Tingan City concluded perfectly. The pending fool, Klein Moretti resurrected from death, the hidden sage and the abomination Suer fled in haste, and everything is making more ample preparations for the ultimate apocalypse that is about to arrive. In the top floor ward of St. Peter Hospital in Tingan City. When Klein slowly opened his eyes, he dazedly saw a person sitting by his bedside, holding a small knife, peeling an apple, with a gentle expression. Awake, Mr. Error. Klein realized who this young man was. His pupils slightly dilated, clearly never having imagined that the person he had previously tried to avoid meeting alone was now sitting openly before him. Mr. Klein Moretti. Nicola nodded and placed the peeled apple in front of Klein. No, Mr. Error, I don't eat. You haven't eaten in a long time. Nicola stood up, placed the apple in Klein's hastily outstretched hand, then walked to the window and opened it. Soft light spilled into the room from outside the window. Klein looked over, involuntarily squinting his eyes, and after a moment of adjustment, finally clearly saw the situation outside the window. Amidst the devastated Tingan City, all the former prosperity was gone. Klein then remembered what had happened before he fainted. Ruptured internal organs, cardiac arrest, even the brain was burst and destroyed by knowledge. An ordinary person, even a Sequence 5 shepherd, would already be dead. Nicola leaned against the bed, looking at Klein, whose expression was gradually tensing up, and suddenly asked, Moretti, what do you think a miracle is? What is a miracle? Resurrection from death, and the reappearance of the past, that is a miracle. Without waiting for Klein to answer, Nicola continued speaking to himself. Resurrection from death, and the reappearance of the past. He himself, who had died, came back to life, including the time his original body's head was hit by a revolver bullet, and this time, as Nicholas said, cardiac arrest and his brain being burst by knowledge. His being alive, that is resurrection from death. And the reappearance of the past. Nicola turned his body. Klein, sitting up, could clearly see a giant, ancient clock appearing above the devastated city ruins outside the French window. As its 12-segment hand rotated counterclockwise, the void surged, and an invisible gray fog seemed to permeate the streets. Building phantoms and street lamp signs, after being swallowed by the Sunwell's lava, once again transformed from nothingness into reality in a world where not a blade of grass grew. The past reappears. Everything seemed to have reverted to the time before the Sunwell or underwent mutation. Everything could start over. All of it was merely a fleeting dream for them. Real, yet illusory. Chapter 355, 354 Inches Confession. Klein stared unblinkingly out the window. Outside the window, under the brilliant, dazzling sunlight, everything had been reduced to ruins, a desolate land where familiar and unfamiliar buildings continuously transitioned from illusion to reality. The giant clock in the sky, like a god manipulating the reversal of time for the entire world, struck 12 times with its distant chimes, and all things returned to their origin, to the state they were in before the destruction. Tingen City, completely destroyed and polluted by the Sunwell mineral, reappeared on the land. This was a miracle. Klein was stunned, watching, then slowly shifted his gaze to Mr. Error, who had finished everything and was now looking back at him. Haven't you already guessed? The moment I appeared here, the moment I stood before you. Nicola calmly retorted. The controller of Miskatonic, the protector of Tingen City, a transmigrator from 1,000 years ago, a true angel, and he already knew about his special nature. Resurrection from the dead, the reappearance of the past, these are miracles. Evidently, Nicholas Flamel had noticed the truth hidden within his miraculous survival under circumstances that should have been fatal. Furthermore, it was likely that the original Klein Moretti's desperate suicide attempt, guided by the Antigonus family notebook, was also known. Some things are not difficult to investigate, what done and the others couldn't discern, those in high positions might be able to. Especially when investigating with a specific target in mind. Klein subconsciously clutched his heart. Klein Moretti is already dead, Nicola said. It was only after you occupied Klein Moretti's body that the miracle of resurrection occurred. Of course, this is a very normal phenomenon. The bodies we occupy after transmigration are all corpses that have died, and this miracle has happened to all of us. This was not an isolated case. Klein understood this from Nicola's words. But he also realized another problem. This is my second resurrection. Yes. Nicola nodded, looking thoughtful. What I can tell you is that sequence 2 of the diviner sequence is called Miracle Worker. As a top-tier magician, everything a miracle worker brings forth while walking the earth is inherently part of a miracle. This naturally includes the miracle of resurrection from the dead and the miracle of the past reappearing. To restore an entire city after its destruction, this is the miracle of the past reappearing. As a sequence 1 of the thief sequence, Mr. Error is adjacent to the diviner sequence. Klein had already learned from Rosal the Great's diary that these 3 sequences can cross and swap at high sequences. Perhaps Mr. Error borrowed the extraordinary characteristics of a miracle worker when he advanced to sequence 2. Or perhaps he was originally of the diviner sequence, only to later transfer to the thief sequence. Or, was this just Mr. Error stealing a miracle from a miracle worker? Klein remained silent for a while, then looked at Nicola, who seemed very gentle and unassuming, and said with a bitter smile, I just didn't expect us to meet in this way. All of this is the arrangement of fate. Nicola was noncommittal. Klein tentatively asked, had you noticed me before this? No, I hadn't. Nicola said, I'm not often in Tingen City. With my focus on other matters, it's difficult to notice you, who are clearly avoiding direct contact with Miskatonic, and to discover a resurrected ghost without you truly exposing yourself to me. This was a lie, but Klein didn't realize it. As a top-tier deceiver, when truth and falsehood are mixed, even if Klein tried to analyze what Nicola said, he would be deceived by the extraordinary power inherent to the deceiver. Moreover, Nicola lowered his eyes and said, perhaps you should have already noticed that Rosal is also a transmigrator, right? Klein said, I saw the diaries written by Rosal the Great, and that's how I confirmed it. Of course, if he had read the novels and stories written by Rosal the Great, he probably could have confirmed it too. After all, in the ancient literary history of this world, there weren't so many melodramatic novel stories. Suddenly, a large number of literary works appeared in an era and have been used to this day. Rosal the Great did not hide his identity in his early years, so it was only a matter of time before someone who was also a transmigrator figured out his identity. Indeed, Nicholas said, those diaries were written in Chinese. Even if one wasn't familiar with Chinese before transmigration, they would definitely have some impression. Rosal didn't pay much attention to the preservation of these diaries. After he was assassinated and died in the White Maple Palace, these diaries circulated. Even if the Artisan Church and the Eternal Blazing Sun Church wanted to reclaim them, they couldn't prevent their outflow. It might be possible to retrieve the originals, but to retrieve them along with all the rubbings, unless the God of Craftsmen personally came to pulverize these texts, those two churches could not do such a thing. Even if a transmigrator is a foreigner unfamiliar with Chinese, clearly distinguishing Chinese from the supernatural language of this world, or Ruan language, or Forsac language, as long as this foreigner wasn't someone who lived in seclusion in the mountains and ignored worldly affairs before transmigration, they can basically confirm that Rosal the Great is a transmigrator. The only difference in outcome would be whether they could understand the content of the diary. Hearing Nicola mention Rosal, and hearing him discuss Chinese and the diaries, Klein's heart settled after confirming this point. It was as if the sword of Damocles, which had hung for a long time, had finally fallen. Nicholas Flamel was indeed a transmigrator, and his current attitude towards him perhaps indicated that he was not a bad person. After all, Mr. Error has probably already sensed the mysterious space above the grey mist. Klein felt that his miracle of resurrection must have come from that mysterious space above the grey mist. With his opponent's abilities, Klein had no doubt that if he wanted to seize control of that space above the grey mist, he could do so at any time. Although Klein didn't know the name of the sequence potion Mr. Error was in, just by looking at Eamon next door, he could roughly understand the abilities Mr. Error possessed. However, the sequence he was on was the diviner sequence, and that mysterious space above the grey mist corresponded to the extraordinary ability of a miracle worker at diviner sequence 2. Extraordinary characteristic aggregation, Klein thought of this immediately. That mysterious space above the grey mist corresponds to and has a close relationship with the apprentice, thief, and diviner sequences. Extraordinary characteristic aggregation, is that why I'm on the diviner sequence? Because of this inexplicable, fated pull. Hiss, thinking about it like that is really a bit terrifying. Klein pondered to himself. You are a bit special, Nicholas suddenly said. Although I don't know what this specialness comes from, every transmigrator is more or less special. If we use Huang Dao's words, are we all protagonists of the era? Klein had seen such words in Rosal the Great's diary. He froze, then smiled somewhat bitterly, perhaps. But speaking of this, Mr. Error, you can call me Nicola, or Flamel, Mr. Moretti. Nicholas said. All right, Mr. Flamel. Even if they were from the same hometown, the respect due to a high-level being should still be given, even if the other party didn't seem to care. That special thing about me should be related to thief, diviner, and apprentice. I learned this from Rosal, Huang Dao's diary before, and the reason I chose the diviner sequence might be due to the law of extraordinary characteristic aggregation at play. I know. Nicola nodded. As expected, Klein thought. However, I'm not very interested in that thing at the moment, Nicola continued. But you must understand, Klein, this secret cannot be told to others, whether it's that thing on you, or the fact that we are all transmigrators. How to quickly bridge the gap between two people. That is, to share a common secret. In a foreign world, in this world extremely far from their hometown, two people from the same world can naturally band together more quickly for warmth, because they share commonalities. Nicola's words clearly made Klein breathe a sigh of relief. Mr. Flamel clearly knows what that mysterious space above the grey mist is. Currently, will it be needed in the future? What exactly is it? Amidst his swirling thoughts, Klein immediately asked another question. This was the question he cared about most at the moment. Mr. Flammel, I want to know, why exactly did we transmigrate? Can we go back? He had been in this world for 2 months. Although he was accepting it well now, that world had his parents, his friends, his family, the games he wanted to play, and familiar places. If there was a chance to go back, he would definitely go back. Go back again. Nicola paused for a moment, then said to Klein, some things here involve very high-level matters, but I can tell you one thing now, currently, we cannot return to that world. It would require the involvement of even higher-level powers to make it possible. In this world, besides you, besides me, besides Huang Dao, there are other transmigrators. We are all working towards that, but no matter who it is, whether me, Huang Dao, or other transmigrators, we have not yet touched that level. Of course, for you, it's equally distant. Other transmigrators. There are other transmigrators in this world. Is this a wholesale thing? One after another. Klein's surprise was evident, but seeing that Nicola had no intention of continuing, he quickly understood that this part might be related to the essence of transmigration, also involving high-level matters that couldn't be explained to him for now. All right, let's stop here for today. Nicola said, you rest well first. Other matters, we'll talk about them after you've recovered. Okay, Mr. Flammel, I have one last question. What? Klein almost forgot the question he had intended to ask from the very beginning. He looked hesitantly at Nicola, who had stopped and was waiting for his question, and asked the one question that mattered most to him now, besides the transmigrator issue. Captain, and old Neil, and the others, how are they now? As he spoke, Klein looked at Nicola with some hope. The true nature displayed by Mr. Error showed that his power far exceeded Klein's everyday understanding of mysticism. Resurrection from the dead is a miracle. Even if Captain and old Neil died, could they also be resurrected under Mr. Error's extraordinary abilities, just like him? Perhaps Mr. Error had long noticed the actions of those fellows in the dark, and everything was just a ruse by Mr. Error. Everyone was fine, just like the miracle he initially showed Klein. Resurrection from the dead, the reappearance of the past. Nicola paused slightly, his light brown eyes looking into Klein's. His tone hadn't changed, but to Klein, it sounded as if there was a hint of shame and helplessness that wasn't there before. I'm very sorry. The miracle of resurrection, even a miracle worker can only use it 4 times. He could not revive a large number of dead people. I can restore the damaged buildings in Tingen City, but I cannot extract such a vast number of people entirely from the Sunwell mineral. The people dissolved in the Sunwell lava, their spirits and flesh had completely merged into the Sunwell mineral, turning into new Sunwell mineral after cooling. Old Neil, contaminated by the baby inside Megos, and by the hidden sage, as well as Dunn, who fought valiantly against the enemy in the end, none of them could be resurrected. The miracle of resurrection from the dead was a miracle for oneself, after all, not a miracle for everyone. You rest well. With that, Nicola sighed silently, and his figure vanished from where he stood. Klein sat on the hospital bed, somewhat dazed, looking out the window at the city streets that had once again become bustling. Nicola's words kept replaying in his mind. So, the result is still like this, huh? So, everyone really did. Everyone did. He heard the sound of something illusory shattering. The clown potion, digested. A few days later, Klein was discharged from the hospital. Another person was discharged with him. Leonard Mitchell, who had been staying at St. Peter Hospital for a while after being parasitized by Eamon, walked out of the main entrance of St. Peter Hospital silently with Klein. Under the great power of Mr. Error, Tingen City, which had been destroyed, was once again renewed. Everything seemed as if no change had ever occurred, and everything else seemed as if it had been incorrect from the very beginning. Pedestrians on the streets still hurried back and forth, but most of them had dull and sluggish expressions, looking more like marionettes than living people, and spiritual threads floated towards the sky, caught by invisible hands. The entire city still looked crowded, everyone still lived and worked in peace, doing their own things, but there was a dead aura lingering over the city. In places with sunlight, these residents behaved no differently from ordinary people, but when they returned to their residences and shed their deceptive outer shells, they became unlike living beings, like string marionettes without their manipulators, and the sense of horror and terror continuously escalated. It had only been a few days since that disaster, but in Klein's heart, it felt as if a long time had passed. To ensure that the general public does not discover the existence of the mysticism world, I have made certain arrangements, blurring the cognition of most people, making them believe that this was merely a disaster, and all those who died in this disaster will temporarily be replaced by marionettes controlled by high-level beyonders of the seer pathway. This is a strategy made for the stability of Tingen City and the non-mysticism world. Tingen City suffered heavy casualties, and although investigators, night watchers, and punishers tried their best to save people, the ordinary citizens, who were the largest group, still suffered the most casualties. To avoid causing social panic, Beyonders above the trickster sequence of the seer pathway, with the approval of Mr. Error, began to use Faceless to change their appearance and blend into the city as marionettes to maintain the city's stability. For most ordinary people, their five senses and cognition were deceived, and they could only recall what Mr. Error wanted them to recall. This was a necessary decision. Public panic, for Mr. Error, would shake his anchor points and lead to incalculable consequences. Although Beyonders below demigods did not understand the function of anchor points, they would undoubtedly execute Mr. Error's decisions without hesitation. As a member of the Night Watchers, Klein naturally participated in the analysis meeting held by Miskatonic University regarding the abnormal disaster in Tingen City. During the analysis meeting, he learned about the hidden sage, the true creator, and Amon's plans. What he had previously reported to Mr. Error, that he saw in Zangwil, the former archbishop who had betrayed the Black Knight Church, appear in Tingen University and attack them, was also pointed out in this analysis meeting. Regarding Ince Zangwil, Miskatonic University will later negotiate with the Black Knight Church to decide on the outcome of this former archbishop who betrayed the Black Knight Church. The current crisis in Tingen City has temporarily ended. We currently have no definite intelligence to analyze the true creator's full purpose in doing this, but it is now confirmed that the true creator, in Tingen City, used the despair and death of most ordinary people to give birth to a divine son. The Aurora Order is one of the secret orders we need to focus on preventing next. The analysis meeting was not conducted by Mr. Error himself, but by one of Miskatonic University's main commanders of investigators, a Sequence 2 miracle worker. Mr. Error seemed to have been very busy recently, always in a hurry. After confirming that Tingen City was safe, he left his avatar there. Although he should have been in Tingen City presiding over the overall situation, his work was basically being handled by others now. But if someone wanted to forcefully enter Tingen City at this time, thinking that since Mr. Error was not there, they could do whatever they wanted and completely eradicate Tingen City, then what would await him would inevitably be Miskatonic University's unhesitating, unrestrained retaliation. Even if Mr. Error's main body was not here, he had left behind numerous low and mid-sequence beyonders, demigods, and angels. Unless true gods intervened, in the face of the vigilant Miskatonic University investigators, even the orthodox churches would only suffer heavy losses. Miskatonic University, with its thousand-year heritage, under the leadership of Mr. Error, possessed sealed artifacts and magical items that were no weaker than those of any orthodox church. And as the city most frequently visited by investigators, in this Sunwell disaster, the most afflicted, besides ordinary people without any Beyonder abilities, were the investigators in Tingen City. In this situation, if someone tried to invade Tingen City again at this time, the companions, friends, and superiors of these investigators would surely know what they would do. After the analysis meeting ended, Klein walked on the street, looking at this world that was just like any other day, but with things changed and people gone. He calmly adjusted his black top hat and returned to 47 Gold Rose Street. As always, the warm landlady was still so leisurely, but her head, which rotated like machine gears, swayed, giving off a strange, inhuman feeling. Most of the ordinary people in Tingen City who were killed by the Sunwell mineral have been replaced by marionettes by the tricksters of Miskatonic University. Trickster, just by hearing the name of this potion, one knows that what they have to act out is inextricably linked to trickery. It's just that he doesn't know what good it does to know the acting principles in advance. Klein bypassed the landlady, and the landlady did not look at Klein either. "I'm back." Klein walked into the suite at the end of the second-floor corridor. Benson and Melissa were both there, not out for school or studying. They were not injured in the previous Sunwell incident. Melissa's school was protected by ritual magic, and Benson, because he wanted to enter Tingen University's law department, was also rescued at the first opportunity. His mother was at St. Peter Hospital, and his father, whom he had not yet met, had been sent to work out of town by the security company and was not affected. This was a blessing in disguise. After greeting his older brother and younger sister, Klein returned to his room, took 4 inverse steps, and entered the gray mist. "There's still the tarot club this afternoon, although I don't know how much Mr. Flammel knows about my situation. Since he hasn't clarified, I'll just continue as I am. In any case, the fool's mystique must be maintained." In the magnificent palace above the gray mist, Klein first notified Mr. Sun, who was in the forsaken land of the gods, and then leaned back in the high-backed chair, watching Mr. Hanged Man and Miss Justice emerge into this mysterious space above the gray mist with the surging crimson stars. So, what exactly is this space? Klein's doubts about this deepened. "Good afternoon, Mr. Error." Miss Justice Audrey's cheerful voice echoed in the mysterious space above the gray mist. Mr. Error sat high at the head of the bronze long table, his expression smiling, still so elegant, mysterious, and ancient. Her gaze swept past Mr. Hanged Man and Mr. Power, and her final attention still fell on Mr. Error. After learning of Hurricane General Keelan Jesse's death, Audrey also learned of the anomaly that occurred in Tingen City. Most ordinary people were unaware of the reasons for this matter, and even official extraordinary organizations kept silent, but Audrey's father, Earl Hall, was a powerful and influential noble in the Ruined Kingdom and a loyal believer of the goddess, so it was quite normal for him to know some inside information. And as an audience, Audrey, from the subtle gestures of her father, combined with the news she heard from her friends in the mysticism circle and like-minded noble youths, could naturally see and confirm that something bad had happened in Tingen City. However, she was not very clear about the specific details of what happened in Tingen City. Of course, there was no need to confirm these with Mr. Error. After all, Mr. Error was so powerful, even if he was not a true god, he must be the Beander closest to a god. Such a person, in their eyes, was enough to be called a great existence. "Mr. Error, this is Rosal the Great's diary from his later years, which I collected last week. This is mine, Mr. Error." Mr. Hanged Man Alger quickly followed Miss Justice Audrey's pace, while only Mr. Power sat motionless, seemingly lost in thought. Indeed, Mr. Hanged Man Alger couldn't help but inwardly grumble when he saw Mr. Power behaving this way. It seemed Mr. Power was indeed from Miskatonic University, Mr. Error's person. The demigod who killed Hurricane General Keelan Jesse was this Mr. Power. Alger, who had already prepared things and handed them over to Mr. Power through Mr. Error, couldn't help but wonder why Mr. Power would need these things. "You've done very well." Mr. Error glanced at the diary rubbings submitted by Mr. Hanged Man and Miss Justice, but he did not read them immediately. Instead, he said in a casual tone, "Just recently, something bad happened in Tingen City. The true creator's divinity descended upon Tingen City. He used Tingen City as a breeding ground to conceive a descendant with his divinity and bloodline." As he spoke, Mr. Error glanced at Miss Justice and Mr. Hanged Man, and as expected, saw expressions of confusion and shock on their faces. A descendant with the true creator's divinity and bloodline. Mr. Hanged Man Alger was shocked and also felt a bit strange. The old fellows in the Storm Church only knew that something had happened in Tingen City, but they didn't know the specifics. Mr. Error was the highest-ranking angel walking on Earth. Information about Tingen City was rarely directly available to the outside world. Perhaps only beyonders of the Pope's level could understand what exactly happened in Tingen City. And I am the one who can directly converse with Mr. Error. This, within the Storm Church, would be equivalent to the Pope of the Storm Church. A feeling of excitement shot straight from his tailbone to his brain. Mr. Hanged Man slightly lost control of his emotions and looked at Mr. Error. Mr. Error continued as if unaware. So I am issuing a long-term mission. Well, if any of you make progress, believe me, you will receive rewards that will satisfy you. Mr. Error, what is the mission? Miss Justice thought to herself, it couldn't be to track down that escaped divine son, could it? Although Mr. Error did not explain why Tingen City became the breeding ground for the evil god's descendant, nor why Mr. Error allowed the descendant with the true creator's divinity and bloodline to escape Tingen City. These were not matters for them to understand or dwell on. Miss Justice was now thinking about whether she should accept Mr. Error's mission. After all, it sounds quite dangerous. Track the traces of the Aurora Order, especially whether anyone within the Aurora Order has made abnormal movements. Aurora Order. Miss Justice was a little surprised. Did they worship the true creator? You could say that. As Miss Justice expected, Mr. Error's mission was closely related to the true creator. As a reward for the mission, and as an equal exchange for your collection of Rosal's later year diaries. Mr. Error clasped his hands on the table and said with a smile, I can give you the potion formulas you desire, along with the corresponding main and auxiliary ingredients. He looked at Miss Justice, even if you don't take this mission, you can still obtain the mind reader, potion formula, main ingredient, and auxiliary ingredients. After speaking, Mr. Error looked at Mr. Hanged Man, if you don't want others to know, I can help you conceal your advancement. Mr. Hanged Man's independent advancement within the Storm Church, without relying on the Church, would be suspected by the Storm Church. With Mr. Error's cover, everything would be much more reasonable and normal. You can consider it. This is also an equal exchange. Miss Justice didn't think too much, she pondered for a moment and quickly agreed. Mr. Hanged Man thought a lot more. He was troubled by why Mr. Error would entrust such an important-looking mission to them. What could Mr. Error gain from this? Mr. Power Gale Brace subtly glanced at Mr. Hanged Man, who was deep in thought, and then swept his gaze over the calm Mr. Error. What is that person up to now? How did he even bring out the true creator's divine son this time? The crimson stars, like a tide, once again enveloped everything on the gray mist, waiting for everyone to leave. Mr. Error chatted with Mr. Power for a few more moments. After Mr. Power went offline to handle matters in the Silver City. Mr. Error adjusted his top hat and looked at Tang, who was at the very end of the bronze long table. Everything went smoothly, both in Tingen City and Trier. That's naturally for the best. Tang had been in an unobservable state whenever other Tarot Club members were present, but now he adjusted himself to an observable state. He raised his head from the neatly arranged paintings. After all, if it wasn't handled well, it would take time for subtle adjustments. If it proceeds according to the evolution of fate, the authority of the Supreme Being can radiate across the entire timeline in the most efficient way. This was to plan for the future. How are things on your end? Mr. Error routinely exchanged intelligence. Without Tang actively contacting him or using the authority of Euclidean space, he couldn't reach Tang's main body. He could only obtain information through the strong interactivity between the historical void image and the main body. After all, Salinger's mausoleum was in a special state of isolation. Even for those high-level marionettes, Tang had tied their spirit threads to the hands of other marionettists. Same as usual, no accidents, just a little troublesome, Tang shrugged. The river of eternal darkness was quite restrictive for miracle workers like him who had died several times and left death imprints. Even in the later stages, with the blessing of Source Castle, Klein's historical void image sank to the bottom of the water. Source Castle protected Klein Moretti, so it naturally couldn't block the erosion of the death imprints that inherently belonged to Klein Moretti. Similarly, Euclidean space wouldn't work either. He could transform himself into an unobservable state, but those death imprints could also follow the traces, grab him, and pull him down. Of course, it wasn't a big problem. By using the observer to refresh his state and adjust himself to a miracle worker state where he hadn't used resurrection is a miracle, the death imprints submerged in the river of eternal darkness would naturally be corrected due to fate. The main body has now sent other historical void images to dive to the bottom of the river of eternal darkness's tributary, grafting the imprints and contingencies Salinger left on the uniqueness with the death imprints submerged in the river of eternal darkness. This way, it's basically complete. Tang said. As for solving the death pathway's uniqueness problem, after stuffing all these things belonging to his grandfather into the river of eternal darkness, how the goddess would control the river of eternal darkness would be a different matter. Even between siblings, accounts must be settled, right? Well, in terms of age, he could indeed claim such a relationship with the goddess. It seems very cumbersome, Mr. Error commented. Is it because Salinger's problem is more serious than you imagined? Yes. Tang nodded, not intending to hide anything. Salinger's death, apart from the 7 deities, original magic woman Chi-Kei, original god, and Adam all clearly played a part. Original magic woman Chi-Kei was for the Red Priest's Beyonder characteristics and uniqueness, and also for Alistair Tudor's resurrection. Original God wanted to fully resurrect, and Adam wanted to suppress Original God's resurrection and conduct some experiments along the way. A dual pathway true God is very powerful. Even in a half-mad state, following their inherent spirituality, to avoid being affected by Kike, Original God, and Adam, and of course, now I should add myself, after his death, regarding the destruction of his contingencies, the contingencies he would set up would inevitably be crazy, irrational, cruel, and dangerous. Outside the Mausoleum of Death, the appearance of a tributary of the River of Eternal Darkness, submerging a large number of Byron Empire believers in death, was one example. Directly submerging the resurrection contingency into the River of Eternal Darkness, although there was a certain probability that the River of Eternal Darkness would directly assimilate his contingency, flowing towards the ultimate end where even death would die. But even Original Witch, God, and Adam dared not easily tread there. The River of Eternal Darkness, with its strong symbolism in the domains of death and eternal slumber, was one of the things these old fellows feared most. Of course, Tang had no qualms. As a cryptic servant with a mystic attribute, he was like a fish in water in such a place and could even play some new tricks with its unique properties. Salinger's contingency, plus the Red Priest who is connected to Salinger, right, isn't there a spring in the Trier underground that spews out water from the River of Eternal Darkness? A part of Alistair Tudor's residual spirituality is submerged there. Whether intentional or not, the main body previously discovered that a part of Salinger's contingency in the River of Eternal Darkness was also related to this. Tang propped his chin. Honestly, I'm very curious, at the time of Salinger's death, was it Salinger, or Alistair Tudor, or God? Or was it already a complete patchwork monster? Involving Original God and a dual pathway true God, even using the authority of the observer, nothing could be discerned. Hearing this, Mr. Error's eyes flickered slightly, grasping the key point, related to Alistair Tudor. The Red Priest, who represents disaster, the apocalypse is coming soon, so it's normal for the symbolism of corresponding things to strengthen. Tang also felt quite speechless. Although we have been trying to avoid the formation of this symbolism, it is indeed true that the symbolism of the fourth pillar has been strengthening in recent years. The goddess and I suspect that the emergence of the fourth pillar is not merely about containing the power of the 3 eternal pathways and the 2 disaster pathways, but also requires a special node and opportunity to appear. Because it involves the domains of time, destiny, and observation, I have a stronger perception in this area compared to other old ones. Tang pinched his index finger and thumb, showing Nicola how little stronger he was. The fourth pillar will indeed be born, but whether it's before or after the apocalypse, who it is, and where it is, no one knows. But trust me, the universe restarting, the world collapsing and then starting anew after the Creator awoke and fell back into slumber. Even the most powerful outer gods, even the pillars with the reality, symbolism, like the fallen mother goddess, would not dare to easily attempt it. This was the biggest ticking time bomb. This was also one of the main reasons why Nicola's main body stayed in Trier for a long time. If this factor wasn't controlled, he would find it very difficult to be at ease. I suddenly have a bit of inspiration now, as to why the high-dimensional overseer and the Ring of Destiny would send Trischik in. Speaking of this, Tang's eyes flickered. I almost forgot that the main body must now guard the river of eternal darkness. After all, what's submerged in there is not just Salinger and Gregarious. He smiled, looking at Mr. Error, who was also looking at him. Get ready, I'll bring that one in later, I hope you can hold it. Mr. Error, nerve. Also, let Klein out. Tang slumped in the high-backed chair. After saying so much, even the historical void image was a little tired. Let him go to Backland. Doesn't he want to personally avenge Dun and old Neil? Tell him Lanruis's whereabouts. Poor parasite, since he took Amon's reward, then being hunted by us shouldn't be too much, right? As for Tingen City, let those tricksters digest it well. The city's role is pretty much done here. Oh, right, Nicola, later you can create a Klein Moretti, and put him among the manipulators in Tingen City. Klein's Sequence 1 digestion progress will depend on this. We will try our best to give those outer gods a slap from the Lord of the Mysteries before the apocalypse arrives. Mr. Error adjusted his black silk top hat and nodded silently. Okay. Klein. Inside the Miskatonic University principal's office. The spacious principal's office occupied a vast area, with the floor covered by warm animal fur. The huge French windows offered a view of the distant clock tower and students walking back and forth on the ground. Wall-mounted chandeliers emitted a soft light. The walls were adorned with various exquisite mechanical items, hung at different heights. A massive bookshelf held numerous ancient books written in various languages. Quietness and gravitas were the first impressions this office gave people. It was Klein's first time here. As a fellow countryman of Mr. Error, Klein naturally used the back door of the actual controller of Tingen City and the principal of Miskatonic University to arrive at this place, which was one of Miskatonic University's few confidential and important locations. Error, Nicholas Flamel sat in the high-backed chair behind the desk, gesturing to Klein as he pushed open the door and entered the office. Please sit. Klein sat down in front of Nicola, a little constrained. Although he knew Mr. Error was his genuine fellow countryman, the oppressive feeling of a Sequence 1 Archangel couldn't be easily compensated for by a mere fellow countryman. Mr. Flamel, how do you feel? If you still feel uncomfortable or something doesn't feel right in your heart, you can go to St. Peter Hospital at any time. For us Beyonders, mental issues are more important than physical ones. Nicola's words were like an elder earnestly teaching his junior. Hearing this, Klein's heart warmed. His mood involuntarily relaxed, and he smiled somewhat bitterly. I'm fine, Mr. Flamel. Why did you call me here this time? It's like this. Nicola said. The night watchers stationed in Tingen City suffered heavy casualties this time. The Black Knight Church plans to send a new batch of night watchers. For you, the Black Knight Church has other arrangements. I want to ask for your opinion. Let other night watchers come to Tingen City. Hearing this, Klein lowered his eyes and remained silent. Right, after all, the casualties of the Tingen City night watchers this time were indeed severe. Captain Dunn Smith and logistics member Old Neil died. Sequence 7 magician Pedigree Neil was severely injured and is still being rescued at St. Peter Hospital. Leonard Mitchell was parasite by Eamon and needs to be kept under observation. Half of the night watchers in Tingen City were either dead or injured, unable to participate in the upcoming daily work. It was inevitable that the Black Knight Church would take action. If you agree, I can, through the agreement we signed with the Black Knight Church, absorb you into the investigator team, while retaining your position in the church, and send you to Backland. Nicola clasped his hands on the table, looking at Klein. Backland. Yes, Nicholas said, Backland, the city of 10,000 capitals. Compared to Tingen City's relatively closed environment, you can come into contact with more things there. Of course, more importantly, investigator reports indicate that Lanruis has recently appeared in Backland. Lanruis, one of the culprits who caused the descent of the true Creator's divine child. According to subsequent investigations, Lanruis was suspected of being deceived by a higher-level entity, namely Amon, which led to the terrible outcome of the true Creator's divine child's descent. This is not to say that the person himself is innocent. As a former con artist, Lanruis had a long history of crimes before coming to Backland and was a member of the Aurora Order. If you accept, you will secretly infiltrate Backland to investigate matters related to Lanruis, the true creator, and the hidden sage. At the same time, our investigators and the Black Knight Church's night watchers in Backland will assist you in this matter. After listening, Klein slightly clenched his fists and asked the first question that came to his mind. Mr. Flammel, why don't you directly deal with Lanruis? For such a high-level being, killing a Beyander of low sequence after knowing the information should be a rather easy task. Lanruis is merely an instigator, and he is even just one of the instigators. I don't know if you've heard a saying. Nicholas said, gods have things that gods should do, and people have things that people should do. Lanruis's death is an inevitable outcome, but this process is something you can control. The current blasphemer looked at the somewhat stunned Klein, his voice soft and calm. Don't you want to take revenge yourself? Kill Lanruis, kill one of the culprits who directly led to the deaths of Dunsmith and Neil. Klein instantly understood. Your potion has been fully digested. Based on your contributions in the Sunwell incident and your past contributions, you can now go to the Diviner Club to receive a magician potion. As for whether to go to Backland, the decision is yours, Klein. After some thought, Klein ultimately decided to go to Backland. Firstly, as Nicholas said, it was due to the environment for development. It would be very difficult to accumulate enough achievements in Tingen City to get promoted. Although Klein now knew that Mr. Error was his fellow countryman and understood that he probably needed some kind of opportunity to return to his world, or perhaps he couldn't return at all. But these secrets could only be known after he reached a high position. What exactly was the secret of transmigration? Could they still go back? The prerequisite for knowing all this was his own strength. Tingen City was a city directly managed by Mr. Error. It was quite difficult to achieve results in this city and obtain the Beyander characteristics, main ingredients, and auxiliary materials for the faceless, marionettist, and even trickster pathways. Therefore, going to Backland was a very good choice. And the second point was because of Lanruis. Klein knew that after witnessing old Neil go mad and lose control, the captain sacrificed his life to control old Neil and severely injure the pregnant woman who was a Miskatonic parasite. The true Creator's Son of God has vanished, and Ince Zangwill and Amon, who were hiding behind the scenes, are nowhere to be found. Lanruis must die. This person, said to be a member of the Aurora Order, came to Tingen City with Amon's malice and the true Creator's expectations, indirectly leading to Dunsmith's death. He would never let him go. After bidding farewell to Benson and Melissa, Klein went to St. Peter Hospital and met his mother. Mr. Error had arranged surgery for the original body's mother, and her weak body would be transformed with the addition of mysticism power. The original body's father, Klein recalled the man who had returned to Tingen City not long ago, crying uncontrollably upon seeing his beloved wife and children safe. Then, he resolutely boarded the train to Backland. I will be stationed here in Tingen City. He will go with you for this operation in Backland. Mr. Error instructed him thus. So, when Klein, holding his ticket, arrived at Tingen City Station, walked to the corresponding platform, and entered the train to see the person sitting in his seat. Klein looked at Tang, who was sitting in front of him, sipping what looked like fat guy happy water, and silently met the gaze of this friend, who was said to have been promoted to marionettist. What's wrong, Mr. Magician? Tang put down his cup. Are you unhappy to see me? Not at all. Klein shook his head. I'm just a little surprised. I didn't expect you to be the collaborator this time. After all, we are on the same sequence. As a senior, the higher-ups probably want me to guide you well, Mr. Moretti. Klein's expression became a little strange for a moment, then quickly returned to normal. Forget it, forget it. Now is not the time to dwell on seniority. How is Mr. Ask? He asked Tang. Father is very well. Tingen University's protection mechanism has always been good. Father, he is probably still researching those chaotic Fourth Epoch ancient literatures right now. After all, some interesting things were indeed dug up from some tombs salvaged from the South Continent. You know, even Miskatonic finds it difficult to snatch things from the natives in a completely closed place like the South Continent. Tang sighed. We finally managed to dig out a bit before, and the natives there were ready to fight us to the death. You dug up someone's ancestral grave, and they wouldn't fight you to the death. Seemingly noticing Klein's gaze, Tang blinked. How could that be? The Baron Empire royal family died over 1,000 years ago. As far as I know, the Baron Empire royal family's bloodline has no relation to these natives. It's just normal death primitive worship. Besides, we obtained the corresponding permits for the excavation of that thing. How can you call it digging up someone's ancestral grave? Digging up one's own grave for research, isn't that a tradition? Father keeps telling us to go to bed early and wake up early, but he himself stays up all night. Really? That's truly studious. Klein looked out the window. The sky outside the window was bright and clear. Klein watched Tingen City gradually recede, still feeling a sense of unreality. It wasn't until the steam train had left the visible boundaries of Tingen City that Tang finally focused on the purpose of their trip to Backland. Their trip to Backland this time was not just for himself and the scoundrel Lanruis. Our mission this time, Tang said, using his finger to draw a symbol in the liquid in the cup on the table. The symbol emitted a faint white light under the effect of spirituality. The surrounding sounds immediately moved away from them, and the place where they were presented an environment where outside sounds could not penetrate, and inside sounds could not escape. This way, their conversation would not be overheard by a third person. The first is what you already know, Klein, to find information in Backland about Lanruis, who caused the true Creator's Son of God to descend. Our investigator saw Lanruis in Backland not long ago, and Beyonders skilled in divination also confirmed that Lanruis is indeed near Backland right now. However, the divination results are very vague, and we must catch him before Lanruis leaves Backland. Otherwise, things will become a bit troublesome, of course, just a little. After all, Lanruis's death was a fate brought about, a destined future. He would die even if he escaped to outer space, it was just a matter of where he died. I know. Klein nodded, indicating that he knew this. Now, he was more curious about what Tang meant by, just the first point. What was the second point? Second, we need to go to Backland to find something. What thing? The manuscript of the third generation difference engine. The manuscript of the third generation difference engine. Yes. Tang then revealed the information that Mr. Error had not mentioned. The manuscript of the third generation difference engine has been lost. Now, the Ruin military, Intis's spy organizations in Ruin, and Mechanic's Heart are all frantically searching for it. As a fourth party, although we indeed have no standing and no need to insert ourselves into this dispute. But, there are always exceptions. Tang smiled. This has some connection with the artisan church. Intis will make a move, and coupled with the Ruin military and the God of Craftsman church, in a massive melee, we have to do this secretly. It sounds like Mr. Error has a very bad relationship with the God of Craftsman church. Klein felt something strange, which was corroborated by the fact that Tingen City had night watchers and punishers, but no Mechanic's Heart. Normal. Tang said, although I don't know the specific reason, Mr. Error, or one of the angels under Mr. Error, is on a sequence adjacent to the all-knowing pathway controlled by the God of Craftsman church. Adjacent pathways have a certain degree of repulsion. There's a saying, oh, right, once you choose a God's sequence, your enemies and your friends are already determined. Your enemies and your friends. Klein pondered this sentence, and suddenly he thought of something. Since we need to hide our identities, then it seems we'll need to pick a codename after arriving in Backland. Klein and Tang boarded the steam train in Tingen City directly because of Miskatonic, without buying tickets. But in Backland, Klein and Tang would need to change to new identification to separate themselves from Tingen City. After all, if someone found out that Klein and Tang came from Tingen City, it would be quite easy to suspect whether Mr. Error intended to intervene in the now clearly white-hot struggle for the third-generation difference engine manuscript in Backland. This would also violate Mr. Error's original intention of needing to act secretly. That's true, but what should we call ourselves? I don't care, you pick one for me. Tang shrugged indifferently. He was never very good at naming things. Klein thought for a moment, a flash of inspiration, and said, in that case, I'll be Sherlock Moriarty. As for you, how about John Watson? At least for now, the great emperor hasn't brought over Sherlock Holmes. Or perhaps he did, but it just hasn't circulated. Klein mused inwardly. The great detective Sherlock Holmes, and his assistant Watson. Who would have thought that Holmes's assistant would be the strongest fighter? Klein had already begun to conceive of the identity he would need after arriving in Backland. Sounds good. Tang was surprised by Klein's idea, but still nodded in agreement. Then my new identity will be John Watson, from John I County, how about it? Tang began to automatically fill in his identity information. The new identification will be delivered simultaneously when the steam train arrives in Backland. The efficiency is indeed fast. Klein thought. Subsequently, one of them took out a book borrowed from the Miskatonic library, and the other held a cup of cola, waiting together for the steam train to take them to Backland. Deep within the violent sea, in the inverted mausoleum, Tang sat high up, his eyes closed, his thoughts completely immersed in the huge, illusory, transparent river that seemed to contain all colors, manipulated by countless spirit threads beneath the usurpant. The mausoleum was exceptionally quiet, everything plunged into a strange stillness, without a single sound. It was as if no living beings existed here. After an unknown amount of time, Tang slowly opened his eyes. His prolonged thought was a bit chaotic and sluggish from being submerged in the river of eternal darkness for too long. He first scanned his surroundings, found no problems, then let out a long breath and relaxed his shoulders. How is it? Owen, who was beside him, asked. No problem, it went smoothly, but next, there are some other things to be busy with. More tiring than now, huh? This is really not something an old man his age should be doing. The 1,000-year-old true old man, Tang thought. If it weren't for him having already reached the level of an angel king, coupled with the blessings of Euclidean space and future, being submerged at the bottom of the river of eternal darkness for so long, he would be an idiot for a while even if he wasn't insane. After using the observer's authority to refresh his status, Tang's rusty brain finally recovered. He looked at the huge usurpant and lightly explained. Mr. Dor is about to lose control. He is increasingly polluted and corroded by the fallen mother goddess. His ravings of, "Don't save me," are constantly weakening, and perhaps soon, it will all be, "Save me." The simplest way to confirm how much Mr. Dor was polluted was to listen to his ravings. As long as the pollution was isolated, hearing Mr. Dor's true voice, it was actually very easy to confirm the state of this former angel king. It's just that this method of confirmation is a bit brain-draining. It feels somewhat like being force-raped by the fallen mother goddess, ow. Owen, with a black line on his face, slapped Tang on the head, "Don't talk so disgusting." Tang, all right then. In any case, we need to act before Mr. Dor is completely polluted. I've calculated the recent dates, and the full moon will be in 2 days. Rubbing his head, Tang looked at the huge usurpant beneath his feet. The dual isolation of spirit threads in Euclidean space had allowed this huge usurpant, which blended the death pathway's uniqueness with half of Azik Eggers' soul, to be completely marionette-ized. Things here were nearing their end. Backland there. Tang tilted his head, listening to the words of his historical void image. After a while, he nodded. It went smoothly, no problems. Now we just need to wait. What about that big trouble you mentioned in Trier? Nicola went to handle it. It's too early to call it a big trouble now. Tang propped his chin. After all, that little guy is much easier to deal with than Klein. Klein, after all, was a mentally sound adult. His ability to withstand pressure, blows, and his mindset were far superior to that little guy in Trier. Such a young child, if handled specifically from a young age, who knows what kind of shape he would turn into. Would he twist into his likeness? Thinking of this, a smile appeared at the corner of Tang's mouth. Owen shivered. He asked bluntly, "Who are you planning to trick next? How can a scholar's business be called tricking?" Tang gave Owen a side eye, speaking with conviction. How can something done with mutual consent be called tricking? What he did was clearly a benevolent lie. System. Oh, a benevolent lie. Is it because his host is benevolent? A machine voice could even sound coy. Tang's mouth twitched, and he instinctively rubbed his temple again. All right, Owen, don't pry. I'll handle this kind of thing. A stubborn person should not meddle in the affairs of their trickster family, they'll be played to death, you know. On his first day in Backland, Klein deeply felt the malice of industrial civilization from this huge, developed city. Top-grade lung damage.jpg. Cough, cough, the air quality here, cough, cough. Klein coughed as he took a mask Tang handed him. He put it on his face. This action did not attract the attention of the surrounding ordinary people. After being promoted to magician, Klein could create some illusions that were indistinguishable from reality, temporarily concealing his abnormal performance. After making sure the mask was perfectly fitted to his face, he left the station and naturally walked out to the platform. The mask gradually dissolved, like a transparent film added to his face. Klein's features then underwent slight changes, and soon, apart from those extremely familiar with him, it was difficult for anyone to notice the similarities between Klein and his past self at first glance. This was a 2-grade sealed artifact from Miskatonic University that could allow one to change their appearance, height, and physique. Its negative effects were not strong, only requiring 5 minutes of mirror gazing each day. Since Mr. Error had sent them to Backland, the city of 10,000 capitals, to do something big quietly, the necessary support was still there. This mask, used for disguising identity, was one of them. If necessary, after the magician potion was fully digested, Klein could find the person in charge of the Backland investigators and have the sealed artifact reverted to pure Beander characteristics, directly advancing to faceless. In other words, Mr. Error directly gave Klein the Beander characteristics for advancing to faceless. Fellow countrymen helping fellow countrymen, absolutely. Of course, as soon as they got off the steam train, they felt the uncomfortable air in Backland. There are many factories in Backland, after all, it's the industrial age, but this air quality, even heavy industrial areas would be hard-pressed to compare. Tang sighed mournfully, as if saying, what a sin. Klein immediately thought of a certain city known as the Foggy City, before his transmigration. As the two walked through the exit, Klein suddenly felt something added to his pocket. He glanced at it, it was his identification. Charlotte Moriarty, from Johnai County, born in 1329. Tang held his own identification as if performing a magic trick. Clearly, the respond person was very efficient, processing their legitimate and flawless documents. This identity is not afraid of being checked. There are many masters of disguise and deception among the investigators, well, you know. Klein nodded, clearly understanding. The identity is real, the origin is real, so it is real. Although the face is different, as long as everyone who has seen this identity in the past has been deceived, then what they have seen is Klein and Tang. Under the leadership of Mr. Error, who is at the pinnacle of the thief pathway, the most numerous Beyonders among the investigators are naturally those of the thief pathway. Next, they only needed to adapt, expand their network and personal experiences, and finally achieve their goal. With a clear objective, in the unfamiliar city, Klein and Tang quickly found lodging and began to consider how to perfect the identities they needed to assume. Two detectives from Johnai County, in pursuit of their dream of becoming great detectives, came together to Backland, this great city known as the City of 10,000 Capitals. As great detectives, they naturally needed to open a detective agency. They didn't need to pay for it themselves, so they could do whatever was most comfortable. After solving the problems of lodging and work, the two used divination to find out which restaurant nearby had good food. After a satisfying meal, they returned to their newly opened detective agency. Operating funds will be regularly deposited into an anonymous account at Backland Bank. In necessary moments, we can call nearby investigators for support, and when necessary, we can also chant Mr. Error's honorific name, and he will provide necessary assistance. After all, it was a relatively important mission. Mr. Error's gaze would always be on them. As long as there were no situations similar to the true creator descending a curtain, their lives would be maximally protected. Tang explained to Klein, one by one, the welfare system an investigator should have. The job of an investigator is very risky, and correspondingly, our welfare system is naturally quite generous. For example, if an investigator sacrifices himself, Miskatonic University will provide a very generous compensation to the family based on their sequence before death and their contributions. Ah, of course, Klein, you are also a night watcher of the Black Knight Church. If you sacrifice yourself, the Black Knight Church should also. All right. Klein quickly interrupted Tang's attempt to set a flag. Let's skip this topic. Don't talk about pensions anymore. Just kidding, Klein, you're too nervous. Tang smiled. I am a Sequence 5 marionettist, and you are a Sequence 7 magician. Although there are demigods in Backland, they rarely appear in public. The two of us are enough to deal with most wild beyonders or beyonders from hostile forces. For non-wild beyonders, they were still wearing the investigator's disguise, so they wouldn't be arrested. All right, another flag set. Klein rubbed his forehead, and Tang smiled, patting his shoulder. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Then, I'll talk about the specific information. After the joke, Tang quickly got into character. He pulled out a few small flags from somewhere and placed them in front of Klein. The small flags were placed on the table by Tang in order. These pieces represent the Ruin Military, Mechanics Heart, Intis Intelligence Department, our investigators, and other official beyonders, and unofficial beyander organizations. What I said earlier was a bit vague, Klein. The struggle for the third-generation difference engine manuscript in Backland has clearly entered a white-hot stage. At this point, Tang paused slightly, seemingly organizing his words. Not long after, he said, the Ruin Military itself is not a monolithic entity. Among Military Intelligence Department 9, as far as we know, there are factions such as the Emperor faction, who are pro-Emperor, the Neutral faction, who maintain neutrality, and the Radical faction, who advocate for war with other countries to reclaim lost territories, and so on. Although Military Intelligence Department 9 outwardly pledges allegiance only to the Augustus family, Ruin itself is in a state of division, and the royal family and nobles have never been harmonious. Although Military Intelligence Department 9 was an official beyander organization of the Ruin Kingdom, their internal factional struggles were quite severe. Even the king could not command absolute obedience within Military Intelligence Department 9 and treat it as his personal domain. Those who want to seize the third-generation difference engine manuscript, according to our investigation, are largely closely linked to the Emperor faction and the faction close to the God of Craftsman Church. This can be grouped with the God of Craftsman Church. In a sense, they are a natural alliance organization. Tang placed the piece representing the Ruin Military and the piece representing the God of Craftsman Church together. The birth of the third-generation difference engine must hold some significant meaning for the God of Craftsman Church, otherwise the God of Craftsman Church would not show such importance. Klein deciphered what Tang had not explicitly mentioned in his words. Then why does the Intis Intelligence Department also want to snatch it? As far as I know, the accepted beliefs in the Intis Republic also include the God of Craftsmen, right? He pondered for a moment and raised his question. Because people from Bureau 8 are here. Tang said, taking out the piece representing the Intis Intelligence Department and placing it opposite the Ruin and God of Craftsmen church pieces. Similar to Ruin, Intis's official Beander organization, Bureau 8, directly serves their president. In the Intis Republic, the beliefs of eternal blazing sun and the God of Craftsmen are widespread. However, because Rosal the Great was attacked and fell in the White Maple Palace. Tang paused, looking at the chessboard placed between the two. Affected by this, even now, there are quite a few people in various political systems of Intis who want to exclude the beliefs of the God of Craftsmen and eternal blazing sun from Intis. Bureau 8, theoretically, wants to directly kick the eternal blazing sun and the God of Craftsmen church out of Intis and monopolize the experience. What a long-standing contradiction. Tang clearly thought of Rosal the Great's past, great achievements. So, the Ruin officials and the God of Craftsmen church are working together, planning to take the third-generation difference engine manuscript before the Intis Intelligence Organization. You could say that. Tang took out several other pieces representing other forces, scattering them casually on the table, leaving only one in his hand. Besides that, the Forsac Empire, Lumberg, and Fenaport Kingdom also seemed to have the idea of participating in the chaotic fight. The situation in Backland is a bit messy, and currently, no one knows whose hands that manuscript is in. Klein pondered for a moment, then looked at Tang. By rights, the enemy of an enemy is a friend. Since Miskatonic's purpose is to make things difficult for the God of Craftsmen Church, then our potential collaborators should be those Intis spies, but I don't think we need to act as collaborators, do we? Smart. Tang snapped his fingers and smiled. We won't help anyone. If we encounter those Intis spies, we'll try our best to kill them. After all, these intelligence departments are never good guys. He placed the last piece, representing Miskatonic, on the very edge of the entire chessboard, calmly observing this chaotic battle. At this point, a knock suddenly came from outside the door. Klein's eyes moved slightly, looking at Tang. Tang smiled, stood up, and competently performed his duties as an assistant. An assistant should act like an assistant, shouldn't he? Looks like trouble. No, work has arrived. As expected, they received Ian Wright's phased mission. The highly exciting 5-pound ambassador assassination prerequisite mission from Lord of the Mysteries has been triggered. To maintain their outward identities, the two diviners, both skilled in divination, quickly found Ian Wright, the superior of the Forsac Empire spy who had been specially trained. They used divination to obtain some intelligence from him and gained a deeper understanding of this Forsac Empire agent's detailed information. The clues are very vague. After all, divination isn't omnipotent. Tang, with a spirituality much stronger than Klein's, directly obtained the divination answer from the spirit world. The spirit has been almost destroyed. In this situation, channeling is meaningless. Based on Ian Wright's description, Tang looked at the highly decomposed body in the sewer, pondered for a moment, and stated his conclusion. Disguised as Detective Zarian, active in Backland's upper circles, but not understanding Ian Wright's secret codes and hints, very much like a faceless or a marionettist style. Beyonders of the same sequence often understand the abilities of other Beyonders within that sequence best. Klein asked, should we act and capture that imposter Detective Zariel? Tang, what you said is certainly worth considering. However, Klein, being quick-witted, continued. Why not report it? Tang smiled. This is the city of 10,000 capitals, Klein. There are faceless or marionettists dancing in front of everyone. If those big organizations don't deal with it, it would be impolite. It is well known that, apart from the Secret Order and Miskatonic, only a few scattered official Beander organizations possess the Seer sequence. Among them, the one with the most sequences is perhaps only Bureau 8 of the Intis Republic. Klein instantly understood and then went to write the report letter. Never mind, just report it. Only by stirring the waters can one fish. If everyone keeps quiet, who knows whose hands the third-generation difference engine manuscript is in now. Tang gave Klein a thumbs up. As expected of the god of restrooms and reporting. After confirming Ian Wright's true identity and getting their first pot of gold from him, the second pot of gold soon delivered itself to their doorstep. A Sequence 9 hunter, not very sharp-eyed, soon broke into their detective agency, and was then hung from the ceiling by Tang, who was just about to go out for food. Merceau, the executioner of the Zemanger gang, was looking for Ian Wright's whereabouts, and thus paid them a visit. And then he became dried meat. Merceau. How was this completely different from what he had imagined? Klein, also preparing to go out. What kind of dirty thing is this? This. Klein looked at the swaying corpse hanging in midair. Tang yawned and waved his hand. It's nothing, nothing. I'm an old diviner. We marionettists all like to preserve fresh marionettes this way, you can try it too later. I've seen other marionettists, and most of them preserve them this way. Speaking of which, this is my first marionette. Tang looked at the hung marionette with a hint of disdain, it's just a bit useless. Merceau, for my peanut, for my peanut. Everything was proceeding in an orderly fashion. To prevent the big shot behind Zemanger gang's executioner, Merceau from noticing the problem here, a few minutes after Klein left to submit the report, Tang changed his appearance and left the detective agency. He disguised himself as the Sequence 9 hunter and wandered around outside, pretending that the hunter had not met with any accident, before using a paper substitute to interfere with the corresponding divination and returning to the detective agency. He's just a Sequence 9 hunter, so the people above him certainly won't pay too much attention to him. When Klein returned, Tang's gaze swept over the motionless corpse on the ground, and after a moment of contemplation, he said to Klein, "Klein, what are your thoughts? Perhaps we can start with Ian Wright. Since Zemanger gang's executioner came knocking, it means the person behind them believes Ian Wright has value that we don't know about. As for this marionette, should we disguise ourselves as him and infiltrate Zemanger gang to get information on his superior?" Klein and Tang had both communed with the spirit of this executioner, obtaining corresponding information from his dead spirit due to being turned into a marionette. What does the Intis ambassador, who is targeting Ian Wright, want to do? Is this matter related to the manuscript of the third-generation differential engine? Klein looked at Tang and asked, "Can you do it?" "Of course, I can," Tang shrugged. "Disguise is easy, the hard part is not getting exposed. There are still some subtle differences between a marionette and a living person. Beyonders of other sequences might not be able to tell, but I'm not the only marionettist in Backland. If there are beyonders of the same sequence around that Intis ambassador, they might be able to discover from the details that his subordinate has already been turned into someone else's marionette." Tang suddenly thought of something and clicked his tongue. Speaking of which, Intis's Bureau 8 controls the seer pathway. The previous detective Zuriel was suspected to be a faceless acting in public. I now highly suspect that among the beyonders accompanying that Intis ambassador, there is a faceless, a marionettist, or even a trickster. Klein, who had directly faced a secret order trickster, naturally understood the horror of a trickster very well. As for Detective Zuriel, with his body already discovered, the report letter Klein submitted should soon be taken over by official beyonders to investigate the Fursak spy's residence and other people connected to him. If their reaction was fast enough, they should have already escaped when they and Ian Wright discovered Zuriel's body, leaving Military Intelligence Department 9 and the Church's official beyonders empty-handed. Ruin shouldn't allow another country's demigod to easily enter Backland, Klein said. Regardless of political or military aspects, it is very difficult for demigods from other countries to openly cross borders and reach the political power centers of other nations. It's also possible that this is a demigod-level spy who secretly infiltrated, with Intis concealing it from Ruin. That's true. Tang nodded, agreeing with Klein's statement, then we'll split up later. I'll investigate that ambassador, and you'll take on some tasks here, familiarize yourself with the surrounding environment, and blend into the mysticism circle here. Okay. The two clearly divided their tasks. After setting up corresponding defensive ritual magic in the detective agency and their residences, they began their respective investigations. During the investigation, more and more people came to the detective agency. Although official forces vaguely noticed their detective agency's unusually high mission completion rate, the two, who deliberately chose to worship the Black Night Goddess and live in the Night Watcher's area of responsibility under the Black Night Goddess Church, were not afraid of anyone coming to investigate their identities. Investigators and Night Watchers who knew the inside story would play dumb, and Military Intelligence Department 9's attention was not here. Instead, because of their high spirituality and strong divination abilities, their excellent detective work quickly gained recognition in the circle, and Klein and Tang were able to come into contact with more and more people. That night, Tang, who had infiltrated Zemanger gang, his eyes subtly shifted, looking out the window. The red moon in the sky began to turn blood red, and silent shouts and frenzied praises continuously escalated at this moment. Spirituality was growing, madness was surging, and under the blood-red moon, everything was tinged with an ominous color. In astrology, the blood moon was once considered a special astronomical phenomenon, while in mysticism, nights with a blood moon could, to some extent, stimulate the spirituality of monsters and make plants grow faster, an extreme manifestation in the domain of life. Although, the Black Night Goddess does not have authority over life. The fallen Mother Goddess is attempting to pass through the barrier and influence the real world again. He walked to the window, tilted his head slightly, and listened for a moment to the information transmitted from his main body. As a historical void projection from over 1,000 years ago, only at Sequence 5 level, there wasn't much he could do now. His biggest task was to watch over Klein in Backland and prevent him from dying unexpectedly. Tonight, enter that area, face Mr. Door directly, and try to save him. It's also a difficult task, though looking at the situation, the possibility of success is quite high. Tang pulled a card from his pocket. It was a magician card. Well, the salted fish can be given to Klein. The high-end tarot club doesn't need salted fish without dreams. Above the pitch-black ocean, many marine creatures were savagely devouring their kind under the blood-red moon. The density of marine creatures here was also higher than in other areas, with various deformed species or creatures with extraordinary abilities wantonly releasing and reveling in the pitch-black ocean, which only reflected the blood-red sky. Tang's figure passed through Euclidean space and landed here, standing above the ocean that reflected the blood-red moon in the sky. The marine creatures underfoot, affected by the blood moon, wanted to devour this uninvited guest. As soon as they swam into his hunting range, their bodies stiffened one by one, then fell into the bottomless ocean, becoming corpses and nourishment for other creatures. I hope that for the next period, this sea area will be quiet enough. Tang snapped his fingers, using miracle to make the little creatures underfoot behave. Let me see, it should be here. After confirming the coordinates were correct, Tang took out a garland made of night jasmine and deep sleep flower from his system space. As soon as the garland, carrying the aura of darkness and eternal sleep, emerged from the system space, the noisy surroundings and the endlessly turbulent prayers and frenzied roars quieted down. Tang glanced at the blood-red moon above his head, so red it seemed to drip blood, and his figure slowly dissipated again. In the Euclidean space, corresponding to the same sea area. After using his authority to seal and isolate this area, so that even if Mr. Door's corruption escaped, this part of Euclidean space could be sealed to isolate it, Tang then placed the garland on a pitch-black sea surface. He also pulled out candles, Abraham family direct bloodline blood, and ritual tools from the historical mist. With preparations complete, Tang scanned the altar, then looked at the blood-red moon in the sky, slowly opened his mouth, and chanted in ancient Hermes. Great door of all doors. Guide of the endless starry sky. Key to all mystical worlds. A whistling wind arose in the Euclidean space. The garland, woven by the Black Night Goddess from deep sleep flower and night jasmine, capable of opening the seal's crack without Mr. Door's response, silently became tinged with a pitch-black color, showing traces of lightning burns. The wretch was banished to an endless darkness, to a secluded island guarded by eternal storms, far from the real world, independent of the astral world and the real world. Only occasionally could Mr. Door glimpse this planet he loved, through the influence of the fallen Mother Goddess's power. Even so, Mr. Door could only constantly struggle on the edge of pain and madness, suppressing the increasingly powerful malice and corruption within him, continuously shouting, "Don't save me, don't save me." However, everything was twisted by the fallen mother goddess and his own malice into, "Save me, save me." If a member of the Abraham family truly listened to this voice and rescued Mr. Door. Darkness bloomed from the garland, and endless darkness obscured the blood-red, ominous moon in the sky. After doing all this, Tang pulled out a severed hand from the historical mist. This was a remnant left behind when Aemon was pulled into Euclidean space by him earlier and tried to summon Mr. Door, who was then forcefully slapped back. Under the authority of error, this historical void image could still be regarded as a part of Mr. Door's body. Before this, to solve the problem of the alien spaceship in Fenneport's Santa Harbor, Tang had also taken it out and used it to resolve Mr. Door's seal. After confirming the severed hand was usable, Tang wrapped it in sparkling crystal and looked at the darkness surging from the garland. Inside the darkness, lightning flashed and thunder roared. That place should have been a world composed of storms, darkness, and lightning, but now there were some different things. Those things glowed with an ominous red, similar to the blood moon in the sky, seemingly incompatible with the storm, darkness, and lightning, presenting a state of opposition. Crimson sometimes eroded the lightning, turning the lightning blood-red, and sometimes was shattered by the lightning, becoming blood-red fragments that disappeared into the darkness. Both conflicting and intertwined, both mad and rational. The power of the Black Night Goddess and the Lord of Storms was suppressed to its lowest point when the blood moon arrived. In the late Fourth Epoch, the Black Night Goddess and the Lord of Storms banished Bertrand Abraham, expelling him to a sealed land far from reality, thus preventing this angel king, who had been influenced by the fallen mother goddess during his travels through the starry sky, from becoming the vanguard for the fallen mother goddess's invasion of this planet. And this also fulfilled the promotion conditions for Door. As long as Bertrand Abraham returns, Bertrand Abraham, who has completed the Door sequence, promotion ritual, as the true god of the Door sequence, no one in the real world will be able to capture this deity whose soul has been corrupted by the fallen mother goddess. Even the barrier, which is an extension of the Door, and spatial authority, maintaining the normal operation of the entire world and isolating the invasion of outer gods, would be affected. Mr. Door cannot be allowed to escape at this time node. This is the Black Night Goddess's only request. Tang naturally understood this point. But since we're taking a risk, we'll have to bear some risks. A bluish-black door, seemingly composed of countless clustered insects, silently appeared behind Tang, opening slightly. In the mystical space above the gray mist, Mr. Error straightened his black silk top hat, standing ready. Their gazes collectively looked towards the world where lightning occasionally streaked across the sky, illuminating a crimson hue in the darkness. Tang lifted his foot and stepped into the black world without hesitation. Darkness swallowed him, and the bluish-black light door, as Tang stepped in, also entered the area ruled by darkness, lightning, crimson, and storms. It was completely dark all around. Tang tilted his head, confirmed that Source Castle was still moving with him, and gained a bit more confidence in what he was about to do. Unlike what he saw outside, after entering this area, Tang could see almost nothing but darkness and the grotesque lightning that occasionally pierced through the darkness. The crimson light had disappeared, that ominous red glow seemed to have been swallowed by this eternally existing blackness. Tang took out a lantern from the historical mist. The dim yellow light dispelled some of the darkness. Gusts of wind and heavy rain were deflected by an invisible force just before they reached Tang, not falling on him. Tang analyzed this part of the rain and strong wind, discovering that all things in this area possessed a certain degree of purification and eternal sleep properties. The Lord of Storms' authority is over weather and natural forces. Lightning strikes have purifying abilities. Thinking about it, it seems to make a little sense. Eternal sleep naturally came from the Black Night Goddess. Simultaneously purifying Mr. Door and trying to make him sleep until the end of days was clearly what the Lord of Storms and the Black Night Goddess intended to do at the time. However, as the barrier became increasingly fragile and the influence of the fallen mother goddess's power grew, this idea was clearly destined to fail. Who is it? Tang walked a distance with his lantern. He heard a hoarse voice, coming from the depths of the storm and darkness. The voice was very close, yet also very distant. He couldn't determine the location of the voice's owner through sound and quickly said, "I am a lost adventurer. I was entrusted by a descendant of the Abraham family to find a missing member of the Abraham family. When traveling outside, one's identity is self-proclaimed. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.